There's a moment when the sun disappears, when darkness falls and you're left with just your fears. That's the moment you feel your first pang of doubt. That's the moment when the night comes out. When the Night Comes Out presents The Cut Through, Part 1. There are scientists right now trying to discover if other worlds exist, parallel to our own. How easy would it be to brush against another universe? A wonder to think about, but also a nightmare when the night comes out. Come on, Ashley. Mary Dent called up the stairs for the millionth time. You'll be late. Josh and Tim will be here any minute, and if you're not down here, I'll tell them to go on without you. I don't want them to be late because you can't pick an outfit. I'm almost done. The protesting cry of her young preteen daughter floated down from the second floor. Just relax. Don't tell me to relax, young lady. Mary replied, but she hid a smile. Since her daughter had started to drift toward her teenage years, she behaved more like she was 18. The sass had started almost the very day of her 10th birthday and had not let up since. You're not too old for me to ground for a month. Ashley groaned so loud Mary clearly heard it downstairs. Then she followed the sound with a sort of growl. This was her exasperated voice, which she had honed over the past 6 months since her last birthday. Mary was pretty sure she spent time on YouTube studying how to increase it for maximum drama and impact. Mary shook her head as she passed back to the kitchen. She double-checked the lunch she had packed and made sure Ashley's backpack had everything in it which needed to be there. Just as she had completed her inspection, she heard feet scamper down the stairs. Ashley had decided on a red top, blue jeans, and pink sneakers. Her red hair was done up in braids, which wrapped around her head like a kind of crown. She smiled when she entered the kitchen. The freckles sprayed across her cheeks became more defined as she did so. Mary returned the smile. It was hard not to, and handed her daughter a small plate with 2 pieces of toast. I thought Josh and Tim were almost here, she said with a smirk. Oh, this one would be real trouble in her teenage years. Shut up and eat, Mary said, but grinned. Just then, John Dent walked into the kitchen, still doing up the collar of his shirt. He smiled when he saw his family and patted Ashley on the head. He wouldn't be allowed to do that much longer, Mary mused to herself, taking the final sips from her mug of coffee. How's my family this morning? John asked. Mom lied to me, Ashley replied mournfully. The end of her innocence right there. The death of mine as a result. John poured himself a cup of coffee from the pot. My goodness, I had no idea such soap opera level drama was happening in my kitchen. Plus, I think your mom's innocence died a long time ago, hon. Hey, watch it. With your daughter these days, it's always drama, and I don't need you adding to it. Mary said, then kissed John firmly on the lips. They had been frolicking in bed just about an hour and a half before. Are you going to be late tonight? John shook his head. Shouldn't be. Ash, do you want me to give you and your friends a ride to school? Ashley rolled her eyes. It's a block away when you take the cut through, Dad. No, it's embarrassing. John mocked offense. Forgive your father for wanting to spend time with you and make sure you're safe. Ashley rolled her eyes anew. This had turned into a new and perpetual pattern. The eye-rolling had reached epic dimensions, as if her parents had suddenly, almost overnight, become the two stupidest people in the world. The Dents lived in a small subdivision off a busy road and across the street from a large forest preserve. Just 2 roads into the clusters of townhomes grouped into foursomes. One road curved through the neighborhood, with entrances to the busy highway-like avenue, and one short street which shot off from that one into a cul-de-sac. The school was behind this subdivision, and since there was just one road in and out, someone at some point had built a small grassy cut-through from this area to the street on the other side. Across this street was the school. The cut-through was all grass, barely 20 yards long, barely 10 feet wide, between 2 backyards of the homes on the street behind the subdivision, and lined by tall wooden fences the entire way. Most of the time, one parent walked with the kids. Today, Mary had a meeting downtown, as did John, and they had trusted Tim and Josh before. Josh was 12 and a couple grades above Ashley, but Tim was the same age. Drop-offs at school were always busy, with dozens of other parents. The kids would be by themselves for barely 5 minutes, if they stopped for some reason. The sky was bright blue. School had only just started up again. Summer still clung to the trees. The air was thick with humidity. There was nothing to worry about. Mary finished her coffee and glanced at her watch. She had to get a move on if she would make it downtown. She quickly rinsed out her cup, placed it in the sink, then grabbed her purse. "You be nice to Josh and Tim," Mary admonished her daughter. "And you come straight home after school. You've got that math test to study for." "I know, Mother," Ashley replied as if Mary were the dumbest person who had ever spoken. Who gives a math test this early in the year anyway? "Mr. Clifton," Mary replied. She dashed past Ashley, then returned to kiss the top of her daughter's hair, the sunlight causing Ashley's red hair to blaze in its brightness. "Be good. I love you." Ashley muttered a reply. Mary turned to John, who was also getting ready to leave. She kissed him, let the kiss linger just a bit. "See you later," she said. John smiled. "Hope so. Love you. Love you too." Mary bolted out the door, never once looking back, her mind already on the drive and her meeting. She wouldn't see Ashley again for days, at least not appearing as she had the morning she left for her meeting. Mary arrived back home just after 6, feeling hot and sweaty. The air conditioning in her car wasn't working as it should, and this summer had been rough. She wanted to kick off her shoes, slip into more comfy clothes, and get a glass of wine. Mary entered the home, then got step 1 taken care of by kicking off her heels into the corner by the front door. She basked for a moment in the air conditioning, allowing her skin to cool. It was while she did this she realized the house was quiet. Mary frowned. Ashley had been told repeatedly to do her homework in her room, but she preferred to do it in the family room at the rear of the house in front of the television with the sound up way too loud. Despite this, her daughter did well in school, so Mary didn't press the issue. Even when Ashley decided she needed the quiet of her room, it wasn't really quiet since she blasted her music at ear-splitting levels. The house was quiet. The phrase rolled around in her head like a marble looking for a place to land. "Ash?" she called. No response. Most of the time, there was so much activity in the house, she never had the chance to see just how vast the building could be. Only at moments when she was home alone did she listen and hear her own voice echo through the floors, up the stairs, and around back into her own ears. "Ashley?" She tried again. Still no reply. Mary's frown deepened. Damn it, she thought. The rebelliousness continued, apparently. Mary checked her watch. Ashley should have been home at least 2 hours ago. She had been very explicit about her daughter coming home, staying home, getting her homework done. Perhaps, just perhaps, Ashley had finished her homework and gone out to visit friends. This wasn't entirely against the rule Mary had set for her. More than likely, she admitted to herself, Ashley had walked home with Tim and Josh, or at least one of them, and gone back to a house to play video games. Damn it, Ash, Mary whispered. Mary walked into the kitchen and got a glass of water. With glass in hand, she wandered next into the family room. The room was undisturbed, looking exactly as it had when she had left in the morning. More frowning followed as she walked upstairs to check Ashley's room. The bed was pristine. No backpack, no sign Ashley had been there. So she had not come home at all. God damn it. Mary cursed under her breath. This was one of those moments she dreaded. Did she become the evil mom, call around Ashley's friends, and potentially embarrass her daughter, demanding she come home? She knew her daughter was testing her, pushing the boundaries of the rules to see how far she could stretch into her own world as she got older, found her own identity, and became her own person. Mary felt a pain in her heart, although she had known it was coming for some time now. Ashley was smart and always had developed faster than others of her age. At the same time, this was a key moment where Mary had to establish some rules for her daughter to follow as she went into her teenage years. She had instructed Ashley to get home and do her homework. Evidence showed Ashley had not done so. Bad mom it was. Who should she call? Mary mulled this as she walked back down the stairs and into the kitchen. As she deposited her empty glass in the sink, she decided it would be best to call Tim's home first. Although Ashley was friends with Tim and Josh, it was Tim who was the same age and shared the same classes. If her daughter was more likely to be hanging out with one of the kids nearby, it was Timothy. Mary fished into her purse and pulled out her cell. It took a moment for her to find the number, but she hit the button, put the phone to her ear, and hoped Ashley would not have a fit. The last thing she needed was the temper tantrums her daughter was likely to give at times. The last vestiges of being a little kid, which she held on to, much to Mary's annoyance. "Hi, Joyce, it's Mary," she said when the woman at the other end answered. "Is Ashley there?" The reply was quick, but disturbing. "Did she come home with Tim and Josh, do you know?" was the follow-up question. There was a reply. Joyce called out to someone off the mic. Mary couldn't hear Tim's reply. When Joyce came back, Mary felt the first pang of fear. Tim waited at the exit to the school, eager and needing to go home. His mom had informed him he was to wait for Ashley to join him and they were to walk home together. Josh was there too, but chatting away with the older kids for the moment. Why were girls always taking so long? "Come on, Ash," he called. "Just a minute. Hold your horses," Ashley cried as she said more things only girls would care about to her friends. Tim sighed. A moment later, Josh was beside him. "Is she still talking to the girls?" Josh asked. "Of course." "Ashley, come on, we're going," Josh called back, then elbowed Tim in the ribs. "Let's go, she'll catch up." They stepped off the curb and stomped across the driveway. Cars moved around them like some bizarre dance routine. They waved to their friends in the cars, or those walking in opposite directions. "Wait up, guys!" Tim shifted his head and watched Ashley running after them, still struggling to get both arms into the straps of her backpack. Tim winced, hesitant in her haste she would run right in front of a car. It almost happened, but then Ash pulled up short as one of the minivans rolled past. Ashley took off after them again. "Come on, slowpoke," Josh teased, then suddenly nudged Tim again. "Hey, let's run." Tim laughed as they began to run across the roadway, down the curb, then carefully across the street. Behind them, they heard Ashley shout in protest, but she also laughed. "You guys are such jerks," Ashley cried as she broke into a run. The two boys bolted up the curb on the opposite side of the street, then across a small spit of grass, then a sidewalk, then back onto the grass. The cut-through was right there, and they were at the entrance a few seconds later. Tim cast a look behind him, a big, stupid grin still on his face. Ashley was right behind them, gaining ground, looking frustrated and angry. This caused Tim to frown, and he slowed his pace. "What are you doing?" Josh called, having pulled ahead. "Come on, Josh, let's slow down." Tim protested, sounding much older than his actual age. "She's struggling." Josh grimaced. "Don't be a pussy. Come on, she's right behind us." Tim did not want to be a pussy. He had only recently learned the word from Josh, who had just learned the word from an older brother. Exactly what it meant, neither of them really knew, but they both understood a guy did not want to be labeled as such. It meant he was a wimp, he surmised. Reluctantly, he started running again. Tim and Josh ran between the two fences. On one side of the fence to the right, a dog yipped and barked excitedly. Beneath their shoes, the grass swished and whispered. In seconds, they were halfway through. Up ahead, two trees bent towards each other like a boyfriend and girlfriend reaching for the one they loved, forming a loose arch. The path turned to dirt there, and then they would be on the grass on the other side. Tim looked back, and Ashley's face held a look of pure determination. She was maybe 5 to 10 feet behind them. He knew she would scream at him and probably punch him in the shoulder, but that was okay. It was all good fun. Suddenly, Tim felt just a fraction of a second like he was dizzy. It was like when he got a stomach bug or bent over then stood up too fast. He staggered for half a step to the left, and then the sensation was gone. He turned his head around and noticed Josh had slowed just a little. Tim and Josh ran for a few more feet. Josh came to a stop first, right at the end of the short path. Both of the boys were laughing, out of breath. "Did you feel that?" Tim asked, hands on his knees. "Did you get dizzy too?" Josh asked in return. "Yeah." "So weird." "What was it?" Tim puzzled. Josh shrugged and looked back down the path over Tim's shoulder. He frowned. "Hey, where's Ash?" he asked. "What?" "Ashley, remember, our neighbor? She was right behind us. Right on our heels. Look." Tim felt a weird feeling in his gut. He turned his head around. All that lay behind him was the path. He could see the spots in the grass where he and Josh had run, slight depressions in the blades. Behind those were a third set of footprints. Those must have belonged to Ashley. They stopped right near the middle of the path. "Where'd she go?" Tim asked. "I was just asking you the same thing, dork. Where is she?" "Hey, Ash! Where'd you go? Come out now." The breeze kicked up, and the trees whispered above them. Tim held a half smile on his face, expecting Ashley to jump out from behind a bush somewhere to scare them. He could see the road on the other side of the cut-through. Kids were walking past. Some held the hand of a parent, talking excitedly about their days. Cars moved past, left and right. Someone laughed. No Ashley. "Hey, come on now, Ash," Tim called out nervously. "This isn't funny. We were just kidding around. Don't be mad." More silence. The sun beat down on both of them. For the first time, Tim noticed just how hot it was out here. His shirt stuck to his skin. He wanted to go home, grab a glass of milk, and maybe find a snack. More than anything in his entire life, Tim wanted to be in the air conditioning. "Come on, let's find her," Josh said. He sounded more annoyed than concerned. "Stupid girls." They trudged back the way they had just come. There was no sensation of dizziness this time. They were soon at the other end. They both looked up and down the street, expecting to see Ashley back with a group of her friends, probably telling them what jerks the boys were for running off. No Ashley, no group of girls. The parking lot was thinning out now. The number of kids in front of the school had diminished. "Hey, did you see Ashley come back out here?" Josh asked a girl named Alice. She was in the same grade as Tim and Ashley. Alice just shook her head and walked by. "Damn it," Josh cursed. He was very annoyed now. Tim was getting worried. "She was right behind us," Tim protested. "I mean, I looked back and she was right there, maybe 5 feet away. Where'd she go?" Josh appeared more irritated with each question Tim posed. "I don't know, but let's look around. We'll walk to the playground and back. Keep an eye on the bushes in case she's hiding or something." "Why would she hide?" "To scare us. This is all just some dumb girl joke to get back at us because she couldn't keep up. Get us back here and watch us chase around like idiots, then jump out and scare us." This explanation didn't make any sense to Tim. First of all, it wasn't like Ashley, who was more likely to come right at them and punch them both in the chest than hide or cry. Second, she had been right behind them. Just a few steps would have been enough for her to catch up, and Tim knew she was fast enough to do so. She was not, however, fast enough to turn around, dash back down the path, and hide down the street in some bushes. Tim had always been a bit intuitive. Scarily so, according to his mother. It was at that moment he realized Josh was frightened too. He was acting brave and like he was put out, but in fact he was worried. They walked up and down the block, calling Ashley's name. The two boys checked the playground on the side of the school building. It was empty. They walked all the way down the block, past the pond on the left, then around along the busy street, only to end up back in their subdivision. No sign of Ashley. Josh was growing more agitated by the minute. He had been muttering to himself for several minutes, hurling whatever curse words he knew. Tim felt like he was going to cry. He was very worried, and certain something bad had happened to Ashley, which meant he was going to get in trouble. They were supposed to stick by her and make sure she got home. "What do we do, Josh?" he asked, choking back his tears. "Well, she must have gone home by now," Josh replied, not meeting Tim's gaze. Instead, Josh stared over Tim's head, constantly scanning the horizon. "She must have hidden, and when she saw us running around like chickens with their heads cut off, ran home. She probably thinks this is a big joke. She'll tell her mom what we did, and then we'll get in trouble." "I don't know, Josh," Tim replied, the tears hot against his eyelids, wanting to spill over his cheeks. "Ashley doesn't do that kind of thing. She's nice." "Yeah, but we were playing a joke on her," Josh said irritably. "She was mad because of it, and now she's gonna get back at us." Tim could tell from his voice Josh did not want to talk about this any further. So he looked down at his shoe and wiped at his eyes. He really wanted to go home now. He was hot, tired, and scared. "I don't think Ashley's the type to do that," Tim muttered. "Yeah, well, you don't know women like I do," Josh snapped back, his voice quavering. Tim thought, "You're only 2 years older, barely. You don't know a darn thing about women either." However, Josh was moving back and forth, his arms crossed in front of him as if trying to hug himself, a look of fear on his face. Josh was much more frightened than Tim. This worried Tim even more. "Let's just go home," Josh said. "Shouldn't we go to Ashley's house and see if she's there?" Tim asked. Josh looked irritated at the thought. "What, so she can laugh at us while we stand there looking stupid on her porch? No way, I'm not putting up with it. I had a long day and a stupid history quiz I'm sure I failed. Let's just go home." Tim didn't know what to do, so he agreed. They walked home, neither of them talking to each other, but Josh still cursing out loud. Tim kept scanning left and right, hoping he'd see Ashley come running out from behind a house. Nothing. What was the weird, dizzy feeling they had experienced while walking through the path? Tim turned this puzzle around and around in his mind. He chewed his lower lip thinking about it. They had been running, then there was the dizziness, then they turned around and Ashley was gone. She had been right behind them. He was certain of it. "Okay, see you tomorrow," Josh said when they reached his house. "We'll give Ashley hell for doing this to us tomorrow." Josh tried on a smile, but it looked fake to Tim. He replied in kind, despite his own internal argument. They fist bumped, and Josh jogged up the porch into his house as if he might be on fire. Tim turned right and into the driveway where his house was. The sun beat down on his neck. It was the kind of day he would have begged his mom to let him play outside for a while instead of doing his homework. He didn't feel like being outside anymore. When he got to his porch, he looked to his right. Tim could see Ashley's house from here. The house looked empty to him, but he figured this was his imagination. He hoped it was. Tim entered his home, then went up to his room. It was blessedly cool in the house. He stayed in his room doing homework until Ashley's mom came knocking at the house a few hours later. Then the fear returned in earnest. Detective Roy Brody rubbed his eyes and looked at his watch. His tired eyes gazed at the hands for several seconds before they came into focus. He was not drunk, but these days his age had caught up with him and settled in his eyes. He was 61 now, and retirement beckoned. It was afternoon, almost time for his shift to be over. The air was far too hot. It didn't seem to move, just sat there like a dead elephant on his head and shoulders. Wearing the suit didn't help either. The goddamn drawbacks of being a detective. Suit, tie, hot in the summer. Roy had been working a series of thefts in the area. Right now, he stood across the street from a pawn shop where he and his much younger, much more eager partner, Matt Dreyfus, were pretty certain the stolen goods were pawned.
"How much longer?"
The voice crackled in Roy's ear. Matt was across the street, down the block just enough to be inconspicuous. "Not much," Roy replied. "Maybe we'll see our guy soon."
"If not, we're back at this tomorrow, right?"
"That's how it works."
"It's supposed to be hot tomorrow, Roy."
"That's how summer works. Now shut up." Matt took the hint and got quiet. Roy leaned against the lamppost and adjusted his tie. Matt wasn't wearing a suit. Why did Roy think he needed to wear the goddamn thing? Old habits, he thought. He had been so glad to get rid of the patrolman uniform when he made detective and just never looked back. Why was it so goddamn hot? Why wasn't he a detective in Anchorage or someplace else?
"Roy?"
This was a different voice. This one was from the station. Police Chief Doherty. He knew the voice well because she and Roy had been working together for a long time now. Not long ago, there had been a time when he was nearly the entire staff of detectives. Such was the life out in the suburbs. "What's up, Denise?" he asked.
"I need you to head over to Brookings,"
she said.
"You know, the subdivision just off of Davis?"
"I know it. Why?"
We might have a kidnapping.
She sounded grave. You're shitting me.
Wish I was. Just got the call and sounds legit.
Want me to bring the kid? There was a pause. Denise wasn't entirely sold on Matt either. The kid was good, but could also be hot-headed and brash.
Yeah, bring him along,
She said.
I'll get a car out there to watch the shop.
Tell him to stay out of sight, damn it. We've worked too hard on this one to lose it all now.
I will.
She was gone. Roy stretched and sighed. Long day just got longer. Hey, Matt, we got another case.
You're kidding me.
Nope. Missing girl, Brooklyn Terrace.
That's just around the corner. Is it legit?
How the fuck would I know? If they're calling us, they must think it's serious enough to do so. Now, get your ass to the car and let's go. No reply from the kid. Fine, let him be pissed. Roy walked toward the car. He scratched at the peppered gray beard across his chin. He had worked a missing persons case a long time ago, back when he was as young as the kid. He hadn't enjoyed it. Somehow, homicides were easier for him to deal with. He was hot, he was tired, he was too goddamn old. Now, he was being handed a type of case he hated. The day was not getting better. The moment the knock came, Tim knew who it was. Always the smart kid, he also knew if the knock had come, it meant Ashley was not home yet and her mom was here. She was going to ask him questions and he had no answers. Tim got up from his desk, carefully closing the book he had been reading. He heard muffled voices as his mother answered the door and spoke to Ashley's mom. By the time he reached the door to his room, his mother was calling for him. I'm coming. He had hoped this would not happen. He prayed it wouldn't. Despite this, he suspected it would. She had come to his house first. Tim was closer to Ashley than Josh, so it made sense to talk to him before the older boy. Tim walked down the stairs. His mom stood at the open front door. He could see Ashley's mother, and the look on her face was pure terror. Grown-ups could be so good at hiding their true emotions. Ashley's mom was not. Tim, please, tell me what happened to Ashley. Tim reached the bottom of the stairs. His palms were clammy. His head hurt and his mouth was dry. It felt as though his eyes were too big for his head. He looked at his mom, whose face was filled with worry. She nodded first at Tim, then Ashley's mom. Go ahead, she was saying. It was Josh's idea to run. He began. Roy and Matt pulled off the main road and into Brooking Terrace. They could see where the police were almost immediately. There were 2 cars and 4 uniformed cops hovering around a house about 50 feet from the main road. There was a man and woman, plus another 2 women with 2 kids. One kid looked slightly older than the other, but they all looked very small. All of them looked terrified. Good Lord, was I ever really that small? Roy wondered as he came to a stop at the curb. This looks like a clusterfuck, Matt said as he opened the door and stepped back out into the heat. Always are, Roy replied. Roy looked at his reflection in the window, adjusted his tie, and smoothed down his hair, a futile effort as it immediately stood up in the back. He put on his serious face, wiping the tired one away, and joined Matt on the lawn. They walked together towards the cluster of people. Roy could hear one of the women talking very rapidly, with a hitch in her voice, which could only mean she was crying. This must have been the mother of the missing child. When they were about 10 feet away, a female uniformed officer looked at them with utter relief on her face. The female officer walked briskly over to Roy and Matt. She quickly explained who was whom. The littlest kid had been the last to see the girl, or so it seemed. The other kid had been there too. The adults were all their parents. Thank you. Roy spoke to the uniformed officer. Let's start talking to people. Ma'am, Mrs. Dent, this is Detective Brody. The uniformed cop pointed at Roy. And this is his partner, Detective Dreyfus. Can you please tell them your story, and they'll be taking over the investigation from here. The man and woman looked utterly stricken. Mr. Dent looked irritated on top of worried. Roy deduced they had already told and retold their stories a few times. John Dent wanted action. Thank you, officer, Roy said, reaching into his coat pocket and removing a notebook and pen. Is this your house, Mrs. Dent? Mrs. Dent looked around, eyes scanning the entire neighborhood. She's still looking for her daughter, Roy thought. He moved his head to catch her line of sight. Mrs. Dent, is this your home? She looked over her shoulder, then shook her head. No, this is Tim's house. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Dent, let's go somewhere we can talk in private. Your home will be fine. Tim, I want you to stay here with the officers and your parents. I'm going to want to talk to you too. Tim looked terrified, but Roy gave him a smile and a wink, which seemed to ease him a little. They walked off to where it was quiet. Already, neighbors had filed out of their homes, gathered in clusters in various places. Roy looked at them, watching for someone who seemed out of place. Perhaps shifty eyes, or someone who appeared ready to run. They reached one of the townhomes, and Mr. and Mrs. Dent sat on a small bench on the front porch. There was no place for Roy or Matt to sit. Now, please tell me what happened, he asked. Mrs. Dent wiped the heels of her hands against her eyes and began to speak. Her voice shook, was barely a whisper, then grew in strength fueled by fear. When the Dents were done, Roy told them to go inside their home and there would be officers over soon. They looked concerned, unsure of whether this was the right course of action, but Roy assured them it was. Matt interjected, explaining if anyone called about having found Ashley, they needed to be near the phone. When they were outside, Roy grabbed his phone and called the chief. He explained this seemed like it could be a kidnapping. They would need a team at the Dent's house right away, set up the phones to record any demands. Ever tried to interview a kid? Roy asked as they walked back to where Tim and Josh waited. Nope. This'll be a treat then. Look, try not to scare him. Kids love me. You should see me with my nephew. Right. They found Tim clutching at his mother's leg when they got back. He looked much younger than he actually was. Roy did his best to soften his harsh, beaten features by smiling. Matt also entered into some other kind of mode which did not seem natural for him. Hi, Tim, Roy said, bending down to look into the boy's eyes. I'm a detective. This is my partner, Matt. We just need you to tell us what happened. Can you do that? He nodded but looked scared. Roy reached into his coat and came out with his badge. Ever seen one of these up close? Tim's eyes went wide. It always worked well for the kids. They saw all of the cops on television and in the movies. They had ideas of what cops did, and so much of it was bullshit. What always fascinated the younger kids was the badge. Roy figured this was at least partly why the department made the badges look so impressive. Take a look, Roy said. Hey, Tim, Matt said as Tim clutched the badge. Where was it you last saw your friend, Ashley? Something in Tim broke as he held the badge. His eyes went wide and the story spilled out. Matt and Roy listened as the boy told them about his entire morning. Tim told them about how he and Ashley were friends, and on nice days like this one, took something he called the cut-through from the sheltered and self-contained subdivision to the area behind it where the school was. Then they would meet up at the end of school and head back the same way. They often ran to see who would get through the cut-through fastest. Their friend Josh was usually with them and had been there today too. Rory glanced up to see where Josh had been contained. Josh had been moved down the street a little. A uniformed officer was talking to the boy and his parents. Josh's father looked very upset and angry. Rory could feel the pressure building from here. The boy also had the defiant, angry look, picking up from his father subconsciously. Once they had finished with Tim, Rory walked over to Josh and his parents. "Hello, Josh. My name's Roy, and I'm a detective." "How long do we have to stand out here?" Josh's father interjected. "How much longer do we have to be interrogated? My son didn't do anything." Roy studied the man for a moment. "Can I ask your name, sir?" The man appeared confused by this. "Christopher." "Christopher, I apologize for you having to stay out here and wait to talk to us. We've got a lot to take care of here, and there are a lot of moving parts. I'm sure your job has a lot of moving parts from time to time. We're trying to systematically get the story here and then start investigating. There are officers already looking around the neighborhood, but there's a frightened mother over there whose daughter seems to be missing. I'm hoping this ends up being a lot of noise for nothing. Honestly, that would be the best outcome. But for now, I have to ask a lot of questions. Okay?" This seemed to take some of the air out of Christopher, and he deflated. His shoulders sagged, and the anger diminished in his face. He nodded to indicate it was okay. "Thank you," Rory said, and he looked at Matt, flicking his eyes toward the father. Matt indicated he heard and asked if he could talk to Christopher away from the boy. "Now, Josh, tell me about your day, the way your friend Tim just did. I need to know everything, no matter how small." Josh's face twisted and churned over several expressions. He was trying hard to hold it together. He wanted to be defiant, and Roy figured this was a kid who might become a handful when he went full teenager, but he was still just a kid. He wanted to be tough and act like none of this bothered him, but Ashley was his friend too, so he was scared. Just as much as Tim. Josh filled him in on the day. Roy nodded and jotted down a few things in the shorthand he had developed over the years into his battered notebook. Just a few marks on the page could be entire paragraphs. "Thank you for telling me, Josh," Roy said. "I may have to talk to you and your friend Tim again. No one is in trouble here, but sometimes we find things once we start looking around and have to ask more questions." Josh nodded, and Roy saw tears stream down the boy's cheeks. Roy stood up, his back creaking, and waved over his partner. Matt said a few more words to Christopher, then came over to stand beside Roy. "Well?" Roy asked. "Dad's gonna be a pain in the ass," Matt said. "He's sure we think his son did something. What do you think?" "I think Josh is going to be a big problem in a few years, and I think the dad has anger issues. If we can't find this girl just hiding around here somewhere, we're going to have to bring those kids back to the station and conduct a more formal interview." I hate that. "Where's this cut-through place Tim was talking about?" "No idea." "Officer?" The same female officer who had greeted them when they got there walked back over. She looked worried. "Can you show us where this cut-through Tim was talking about is?" he asked. She nodded and walked them a short way across the street and down the block a few yards. "This is it," she said, pointing. "It's not much, not very long. I understand the fences there were put in within the last 5 years. Before they were, it was just the yards from those houses on each side." "Thanks," Rory said. "You guys are already out searching the neighborhood, right?" "We've got everyone we could find on this, and they're knocking on doors and searching." "We might have to search the forest preserve, so get ready for it." The officer sighed, rolled her eyes, and nodded. She looked worried. Rory realized that although he had seen her around the station many times, he didn't remember her name or if she had a family of her own. Given her personal reaction to the possibility this girl was kidnapped or killed, he guessed she did. "We'll find her," he said in an attempt to assure her. The officer walked away, so whether she heard him, he had no idea. Roy turned his attention to this cut-through. He and Matt were at the end of a shared driveway. To their right were 2 townhomes, connected at their rear walls to 2 more facing the other way. The driveway went down between the middle of the 4 homes and then branched off to each garage. At the far end was a large hedge separating the subdivision from the backyard of one of the homes facing the other street and the school. To the left, barely visible from the trees and bushes, was the entrance to the path. "Geez, you almost can't even see it," Matt said as if he was reading his mind. "I bet that's the point," Roy said. "It's meant for the people living here to get through. They don't want everyone to know about this thing. You have to live here to really know about it from this end. Not sure what this means as far as our case goes, but it seems important." "The uniforms have probably trampled everything in there," Matt, ever the cynic, stated. "Hopefully they understood this is a possible crime scene and have kept themselves and others out of here," Roy said. "We need the forensics team in here." "One of the patrolmen told me they've been called and are on their way," Matt replied. "We need to be careful too." "Roger that." They walked down the driveway toward the entrance to the path. Already their eyes scanned left and right, trying to spot things out of the ordinary. There were a lot of bushes and vegetation here since it was still the height of summer. A backpack or article of clothing from Ashley would be hard to spot if it had been tossed into the shadows. "Someone could hide here pretty easily," Matt mused. "True, but the kids say they were running back this way. If she was nabbed, it was on the other side. Come on, let's look at this thing." They reached the entrance moments later. They moved slowly to take it all in. The detectives each noted the places where someone could hide, the thick bushes and dark shadows, far too many for comfort. "Not much to it," Matt declared when they reached the entrance. "Get your gloves on," Roy said. Both detectives removed a pair of blue latex gloves from their pockets. They slipped them over their hands and touched the fence. The cut-through was maybe 10 yards long. A first down, and maybe a bit more, Roy thought to himself in football terms. Thick grass was the floor, although the well-worn area near the subdivision was dirt with a few paving stones to add traction. They could see to the far end easily. On either side was a tall wooden fence. Beyond those were the backyards of 2 homes. They saw the sidewalk, trees, street, and then a field across the street. Just off to the right was the school parking lot and low single-story school building. "This barely qualifies as a path," Roy stated. "You can see the school." If she was as close behind as Tim said, where would she go? There's no place to hide here. "He has to be off in his estimation of how far behind she was," Matt said. "He's a kid. He may just be guessing wildly." Roy affirmed this with a guttural sound. "I suppose. I don't know. There's also no place for a kidnapper to hide here. And the bushes at the far end there, would they be tall enough to hide someone? Remember, this was still the time when school was letting out. The entire area in front of those houses at the far end there would have been full of cars. Parents coming and going. Wouldn't they have noticed a guy hiding in the bushes?" "Think about it this way, though," Matt added, looking down at the ground, studying the grass. "If it were so busy, he might not need to hide. He'd just appear as another person to a bunch of busy parents. They might not even notice a guy standing right on the sidewalk." "But he'd have to grab her," Roy said. Tim and Josh did not hear a scream. They heard nothing. She was just gone. So, if he grabbed her, it was putting his hand over her mouth and dragging her into a vehicle. Something like that would get noticed. They stopped walking halfway across. Matt looked up ahead. Roy studied the fence to his left, then also studied the grass up ahead. "You can almost see the footprints here," Roy said, pointing. "3 sets. The grass is depressed just a bit. Then you can see 2 sets running here, and the 3rd set stops right about here." "So she was pretty close," Matt said. "Seems like it." "Rory, what the fuck happened here? I don't see a set of footprints running back the other way. Did she climb this fence, a little girl? Or did the footprints just not stay behind as long as she ran back? Maybe she ran right over the same place." "It's possible, I suppose, but just weird," Roy confirmed. "Very odd." Matt took off his gloves and faced Roy. "We need to get the CSI team here and comb this place. I don't want to walk any further over this scene. But what are your thoughts here?" "I think we're too early into this to make any conclusions, but I have my doubts she was grabbed," Roy replied. "So what then? Did one of those kids do something? Maybe the crime scene isn't really here." Roy could see where his partner's mind was wandering. The 2 boys suddenly turn and grab the girl. Perhaps they just intend to scare her. They carry her away to the far end of the path. Something happens, but then they'd have to get rid of the body. The kids were so young. It might be possible Josh was big enough, but Roy just didn't get the right gut feeling. Still, it was the only theory which sort of worked. It didn't work well, but people didn't just vanish into thin air. Did they? "We should get the boys down at the station and talk to them there," Roy confirmed. "Shit," Matt said. "Exactly." Matt and Roy stood side by side in a hallway at the police station, arms crossed. Ahead of them, left and right, were windows showing the interrogation rooms within. Left was Josh, and Tim was right. Both boys had their parents with them. "How the fuck do we do this?" Matt asked. "How many of these do you think I've done?" Roy replied. "Interrogations? 1,000. Aiming a little high. Now guess how old I was when I had to interrogate kids who aren't even teenagers." Matt shrugged. "I was this many years old," Roy said. "I don't know the playbook here." "They're gonna lawyer up. Those parents won't last long." "I know. I do the same." Matt turned to face him. "My gut is telling me those kids had nothing to do with Ashley disappearing. Nothing about that storyline makes sense to me." "We agree then, but we've got to do this." Matt cursed under his breath. He took Josh and his dad. Roy headed into the room with Tim and his mother. "Hi, Tim," he said. Tim's eyes seemed much too big for his head. He looked terrified. "Hello, Detective. Am I under arrest?" "No, you're not," Roy said, grabbing a chair and sitting down across from the boy. "Do you think you should be?" Tim's lower lip trembled, and big tears flowed over his lower eyelids. The tears made his eyes seem even bigger. Tim's mother immediately reached for her son, glaring at Roy the entire time. "I should have waited for her," Tim cried in misery. "I shouldn't have run with Josh." The boy put his head in his hands. Oh boy, Roy thought. This is really gonna suck. When they were done, Matt and Roy sat at their desks with equal looks of total exhaustion on their faces. Matt had his feet up on his desk, hands laced behind his head. Roy pushed a pencil around his desk, quiet and introspective. He'd been that way for some time. "Their story never changed," Matt said. "Not a single detail. You know how hard it is for an adult to do that, let alone a kid? Of course I do. They didn't have time to rehearse before they got here either. Tim was racked with guilt. Not because he hurt Ashley, but because he and Josh ran home ahead of her. The kid's gonna need years of therapy. Fuck, Matt declared, slammed his hand on the desk. Absolutely. What does this leave us? The cops didn't find a goddamn thing in the bushes or hiding in the neighborhood. The timing makes no sense for a kidnapping or Ashley hiding, and what the kids say matches the footprints in the path. 3 of them, then she's just gone. No one else, no guy lurking or a kid snatcher. Matt sat upright, his shoes slapped loudly against the tile floor. So what do we have? We have 2 kids who ran ahead of their friend in a half-assed practical joke. According to both kids, they couldn't have been more than 5 feet away from said friend. They ran into the path, their friend hot on their heels. The 2 boys got to the far end, turned around, and their friend was just fucking gone. That about sums it up. Roy confirmed. He was so tired, and he rubbed his eyes for the millionth time. As far as we know, no time for some random guy to grab her, Matt stated. As far as we know. No holes in the fence. Not a single one. The path's too short for her to hide anywhere along it. Right. And to run and hide, she'd need the speed of the Flash from the comic books to accomplish it. At least, maybe faster. Matt rubbed his face vigorously. When he was done, his cheeks were red. He had a bit of a beard along his jawline and across his chin. It was something he had been cultivating for a while now, and the redness made it stand out, looking almost demonic. I tell you, Roy, there are things in this world I do not understand, Matt explained. I do not believe I understand the world or the universe. Ghosts, Bigfoot, goddamn Loch Ness Monster. Who am I to say they don't exist? Maybe they do. But I became a cop to try and find the logic of the world. I've seen a lot. I know you think I haven't, but I have. I've seen some crazy shit since I got my badge and put on the uniform. I've seen people do horrific things to kids. I've seen them do horrific things to each other. You have too. The thing is, the longer I do this, the less I understand. Roy turned his weary eyes to his partner. What are you saying? People sometimes vanish, Matt said. Look it up. People sometimes just fucking vanish, and no one knows where or why. Sometimes really fast, too. Come on, Matt. You aren't getting all Ripley's Believe It or Not on me, are you? Matt shrugged. I don't know, but I have a really bad feeling about this one. You know, I don't say that sort of thing casually. This one feels weird. Maybe I just need a good night's sleep. I think you might. I'm sure there will be a reasonable explanation for this. But if there is, I have a feeling it'll be a sad one. Matt added. It always is. Roy confirmed. Mary Dent sat on the sofa in her living room and kept trying to wake up. This had to have been a dream. None of this was real, right? Just this morning she had been with her daughter. Now she'd seemingly vanished into thin air? It was impossible. All around her were cops. She thought some of them were either state or maybe FBI. They all introduced themselves to her, and she forgot who they were and where they were from 5 seconds after they left. They told her it was possible her daughter had been kidnapped. The kidnappers might make demands. In a distant way, it made sense, but nothing else did. Nothing had made sense since she got home from work. She had walked to Tim's house, admiring the weather and beauty of the sky. All of it changed when she saw Tim. Almost immediately, he had burst into tears. Mary ran and reran the story he told her in her mind. They ran away, laughing and joking. Then when they reached the end of the path, she was gone. Doesn't make sense. she muttered. What'd you say, hon? Mary turned her head in surprise. She had forgotten John was there. For the entire time they were at home, he had been pacing around talking to the cops. He wanted answers, she had heard him say, several times to the police or state troopers or the FBI. Nothing, she said. Everything's going to be okay, John said, sitting on the sofa next to her. His hand reached out to her own. How do you know? John seemed surprised. What? She looked at him more firmly. I asked how you knew. How do you know everything will be okay? John blustered and stammered. I talked to the guys and... You've been stomping around here for over an hour, John, Mary said, her voice rising. What has it done? Ashley's not here. She's still gone. One of the officers, or agents, broke away from the group near the dining room table and came towards her. He wore a look of concern on his face. Everyone was so concerned. None of them knew a goddamn thing. Not one of them. Mrs. Dent? The man asked. Is there something wrong? Yes, of course there is. My daughter's gone. God damn it, my daughter's not here, but you're all here. Mary, please, John said. What, John? What do you want me to do? They're all here. Can you see him? I can see him. So who's out there looking for my girl? Some of the other officers gave her sideways glances. They looked nervous and busied themselves doing official-looking things. Mrs. Dent, I assure you, we have officers out there looking for Ashley. We've got detectives talking to neighbors. We're doing everything we can. Are you, though? Mary shot back. Because the story Tim told me doesn't make any fucking sense. People don't just vanish into thin air. Why aren't you asking him what he and that Josh did to my daughter? Mrs. Dent, please calm down, the officer or agent said. His tone was even, but Mary found it condescending. Please, we need you to try to remain calm. If your daughter's been taken, the kidnappers will call here to make demands. That's how these things work. Don't talk down to me. I'm not a kid. I'm a mother, and my daughter is missing. According to the last person who saw her alive, she was running down a path and vanished. Tell me how you'd remain calm if it was your kid. The room had quieted down quite a bit. The officer's face did not change expression. We're doing all we can, Mrs. Dent. There's a lot more going on other than what you see here. Well, I certainly hope so, because it doesn't look like much is going on around here. Mary replied, the volume of her replies rising. She could hear the timbre of her voice and didn't like it. It was near panic. Too high. Squeaky. She couldn't stop. Mary, please, let these men do their jobs, John said, grasping her hand in his. How did this happen, John? She looked at her husband, the mask of her face cracking now. She was just here this morning. She was sitting right there in the kitchen when I left. She was supposed to come straight home. Straight home. Mary's last bit of resolve collapsed, and she fell into her husband's arms. He pulled her to his chest, and she clutched at his shirt. The agent officer stood there looking awkward and unsure of what to do. Just then, the phone began to blurt and blat its tone. Everyone around them froze for a moment. Then the agents and officers all jumped into action. They turned on devices, slapped on headphones. Someone grabbed one of the receivers off of its base and walked back to Mary. Mrs. Dent, please, can you answer the phone? The woman asked. Just be calm. Talk to the other person on the end. We're going to record the call. I can't get a phone number here, said one of the technicians, a balding male taking up much of the dining room table. There's no number coming up. They might be using some kind of encryption, said another tech, this one much younger. Please, Mrs. Dent, the female agent said quietly. Mary felt her stomach flip and flop inside her body. She wanted to throw up all over the receiver, not speak into it. Still, with shaking hands, she grasped the phone. It felt hot and alive in her fingers. Mary looked at John, who appeared just as terrified as she was. He just nodded. Hello? Mary put the receiver to her ear. She heard nothing at first, then blasts of static, some of them so loud she had to pull the phone away from her ear. Then there was the sound of something moving on the other end. Hello, this is Mrs. Dent. Who is this? More odd sounds. It sounded like other phone conversations were happening in the background of this one, like an old landline phone or party line. The jumbled mass of sounds, barely audible, sounded like lunatic babbling to Mary.
Mom?
The voice was distant. So tiny, Mary wasn't sure she had heard it until she saw the technicians and all of the agents with headphones jump as if shocked. The bald technician at the dining room table adjusted something on one of his machines. Ashley? Mary asked, tears flowing down her face. Oh God, Ashley, is that you? Where are you, baby?
Mom?
The voice asked again. There was more static. An odd electronic sound, which reminded Mary of a laser effect from a bad sci-fi movie, filled her ear for a moment. Then more of the babbling. Ashley, it's Mom. Where are you? More static. Behind the static was a strange noise. Deep. It made Mary feel sick to her stomach. When the voice came back, it had a strange echo to it.
Mom? Mom, it's dark. It's dark. I can't see you. I can't find my way out.
Ashley? Mary cried. Tell me where you are. Dad and I are here. Tell us. The noise grew louder. There was a scream which rose in pitch so high Mary dropped the phone. When she picked it back up, the caller was gone. That was her! Mary cried. Oh my God, that was Ashley! John, I swear it was her. Please, tell me you got something. Where is she? The officers and technicians scrambled around their machines like ants at an abandoned picnic. After a few moments, which felt like years, one of them shook his head. We got it recorded, but no trace, he said. Mary collapsed into John's arms. Tim and his family sat around their dining room table. No one was eating the quickly prepared spaghetti his mom had put on the table. His father's face was still red. His mother seemed unable to stop crying. It was late. Tim didn't know how late, but he knew it was later than their usual supper time, and later than his usual bedtime. He had spent forever in a room at the police station answering questions, then answering them again, then one more time to be sure. Why did they keep asking him the same questions? It made no sense. If you were innocent, you didn't have to keep answering questions, did you? Of course, there was the nagging feeling in Tim's head that maybe he wasn't so innocent. He had run. He hadn't stopped to let Ashley catch up the way he wanted to. He could have helped if he had known. Tim felt as if he had pushed Ashley down or did something to her. Did all of that mean he had to be in jail? Tim poked at his spaghetti and felt tears course down his face. His chest hitched, and soon his hands were over his eyes. His father slammed his hand down on the table. Knock it off, goddammit, he growled. Just tell us the truth, Tim. Did you do something to that little girl? Did you and Josh play with her and something happened? What are you doing? His mother spat at his father. Now her face was just as red. Why would they continue asking him all of those questions? His father presented Tim's own fears right then and there. It made Tim cry harder. What happened? Where did she go? The story he told doesn't make any sense.
We were just running,
Tim cried out.
We just ran, like we do. She was right behind us. We ran into the cut-through, and then we got dizzy for a minute halfway across, and when we turned around, she was just gone.
There was an odd silence which Tim didn't register at first. When he opened his eyes, his parents were looking at him peculiarly.
What did you just say?
His mother asked. Tim realized he had said something about the dizziness. He and Josh had agreed not to talk about it because they were sure it had nothing to do with Ashley. His face felt flushed.
Nothing,
he said. Don't lie to us, his father said. You said something about being dizzy. You mentioned nothing about it to the cops or to us before. Tim sighed, and he felt tears leak over his eyelids again.
It's just... Timmy?
His mom spoke softly in the voice she always used when she was trying to get him to do something he didn't want to do. She always called him Timmy then, too.
You can tell us anything. Tell us.
Tim looked from his mom's anxious face to his father's angry face, then back again. Finally, he sighed and told them about the weird dizzy sensation he and Josh both felt halfway across the cut-through. Of course he told them. As a kid, he'd never really had a choice.
It was nothing,
he stated once he had wound up.
I didn't say anything because it had nothing to do with Ashley.
His parents were quiet again. All Tim needed to do was get out of this room.
Can I go to bed?
He asked.
I don't feel good.
Yes, hon. His mom breathed. Go ahead. Tim slid off his seat. The air felt weird here now. Had he said something wrong? He didn't know and decided he didn't care. He walked up the stairs to his room, closed the door, and flopped onto his bed. Then he allowed the tears to come in earnest. Roy reached out and shut off the sound booming from his computer. He and Matt had listened 3 times in a row. He sat back and stretched out his arms. Roy's shoulders popped loudly. Of course, her mother's certain this is Ashley, Matt said matter-of-factly. Yep. But she's just a little bit confused. Roy coughed. Definitely. She's not even sure if the FBI's involved. Right. She kept calling our guys agents. The FBI is not involved yet because we're not actually sure about her being kidnapped or if there's been a crossing of state lines. Matt took a long drink from his coffee. I know. I can't tell what's being said on here. I also can barely hear the girl. Roy rubbed his eyes. It had only been a day since the phone call. Mary Dent had been hospitalized and under sedation. John Dent had wavered between rage outbursts and staring like a zombie at the walls. So far, searches of the neighborhood had revealed nothing, and the forest preserve had also yielded nothing. Cops had been working all night and early in the morning. The police had knocked on doors, and there had been long interviews with the 2 families with homes along either side of the cut-through just this morning. Nothing. Sheds, garages, attics, basements were all being checked within a 5-mile radius of the school as Roy and Matt sat at the office. So far, nothing. The only thing they had was this phone call. There had not been any others. Matt and Roy held out hope maybe something would turn up by this afternoon, but they were not encouraged so far. Once the audio came in, they had hopes it was going to reveal something to at least provide direction for the investigation. They were just more confused instead. Can we get the audio guys to clean this up a little? Roy asked. They've got a copy and are working on it now. Did you hear what sounded like voices in the background? Roy mused. Matt nodded, cleared his throat. Yeah, lots of voices. But it could just be an old phone or a bad connection, something. Interference, maybe. There's something called a ghost box, which scans rapidly through radio frequencies. It creates a lot of noise, and ghost guys say the spirits can use it to talk to him. I don't know about all that, but it could create chatter and noise in the background. Roy frowned. Maybe, but I've seen the videos with those being used. It sounds like a machine gun firing static. This was conversation. Then right at the end, it was like a male voice talking. Guttural. Roy leaned forward and hit the play button again. They listened one more time. When they got near the end, Roy held up a finger. There. Matt leaned forward. When the recording ended, he shrugged. Yeah, I guess so. Do you think the audio guys can clean that part up? They'll try. I'll stop by the lab in a bit and ask them. Thanks, Matt. Guess we better start the search for pedophiles, Roy said. Get the report and we can go checking on the kitty touchers this afternoon, Matt said. Roy groaned. Matt wandered off down the hall to go spend time with the tech guys. Roy did not like going down there. They were at the end of a dark hallway and always looked so pale and faded, as if they never went out in the sun. Around him, the police station buzzed, but it was very muted compared to most other days. Almost the entire force had been dedicated to this one crime. It made no sense, but the press had already glommed onto the story. Roy had not slept well the night before. He had a very bad feeling about this case. He was always having bad feelings, but this one in particular was rough. Nothing about it made any sense. Nothing. The audio in particular bothered him. When he listened to it, something happened inside his mind. It filled with nightmarish images of dead children, rivers of blood, raining flesh. He felt it in his stomach, too, like being sick after a bender. In his gut, Roy knew the interviews with people convicted of crimes which required them to register as sex offenders would also yield nothing. He held out a little bit of hope, but he couldn't shake the pessimism. He was a cynic, but he also harbored tiny bits of hopefulness deep inside. The light was not very bright with this case. Roy decided he needed coffee. He stood up and stretched. His bones were tired, and he wanted to stop the grind. Maybe this would be his last one. He hoped he could resolve this. He didn't want it left hanging over his head when he left. Just let me find this one. He prayed to a god he was fairly sure was either not there or who did not give a fuck. Roy and Matt stood in front of a door, shifting from left leg to right leg, then back again. This was the fourth house so far. The fourth guy who had registered as a sex offender near where Ashley lived. The fourth person who had an MO which made them wonder if they were the type to snatch up a little girl. Marvin Bream. He had lured a young girl, 6 years old, into his house years ago. He had done abominable things to her, and she was still in therapy. However, years of good behavior behind bars and claiming to be reborn had gotten him out early. Now, he was required to live a certain distance from schools, he was just outside the zone, and to check in with the police every month. Of course, he was also to register as a sex offender everywhere he lived. By all details, he had lived as a model citizen since they released him. But there was always a chance. The door opened. Behind it was a man with short white hair and a beard. He wore a blue shirt and tan pants. He wore small, rimless glasses in front of blue eyes. "Hello, officers," he said. "Marvin Bream?" Matt asked. "I'm Detective Dreyfus, and this is Detective Brody. Can we ask you a few questions?" Bream looked tired. Roy knew a little bit about him and knew he had had a hard time settling in. Teenagers still spray-painted his house and threw flaming dog shit onto his porch. Roy didn't feel sympathy or sorry for him, but he also felt the guy had paid a price. Then again, the kid was still totally fucked up and in therapy, so fuck him. Do we have to do this here? Bream asked, looking left and right. Can you come inside? Whatever, Matt said. We just need to ask you a few questions. Bream stood aside as the two detectives stepped into his living room. Immediately, Roy felt any sympathy he might have been developing for this man evaporate. Along one wall, with shelving built into the structure, he had lined every space with tiny statues, figurines made of porcelain featuring young girls skipping rope, playing hopscotch, riding bicycles, and more. The entire living room was frilly and mostly pink. It gave Roy the creeps instantly. Where were you the other afternoon? Roy asked, checking his phone and giving the date. Had it really been such a short time ago? It felt like months. I was here, Bream said, opening his arms and indicating the surrounding home. All afternoon. I'm always here. I work out of my home, designing websites and doing SEO writing for companies, digital marketing stuff. Great, but is there any way to prove you were here? Matt asked. Anyone to vouch for you? Bream shrugged. I don't live with anyone. I haven't been monitored for a while. My guess is you can check my phone or something. You can track that shit, right? See where I was? He stepped into the dining room and grabbed a phone off the table. Bream handed it to Matt. I can have our tech guys check this, Matt said. Do you know Ashley Dent? Bream's eyes widened a bit. You think I had something to do with the kid who vanished? I'm not allowed within blocks of the school. Yet here you are, Roy said. It's a bit of a walk, but not so far to be out of the question. This house was for sale and they were willing to sell to me, Bream said. It was out of the area and it wasn't illegal. You can look it all up. I haven't had as much as a speeding ticket. I show up on time for every meeting with the cops. I'm in therapy. I keep to myself. I clean up the shit they paint on my house, the toilet paper, the burning bags of shit. I've complied with everything you guys threw at me. Yeah, but you also lured a 6-year-old into your home and raped her, Matt snapped. Raped her repeatedly, then tried to keep her for yourself. If she hadn't bitten your dick and run away the very night you grabbed her, you'd have kept her in your basement. Am I forgetting anything? Bream's face turned red. I was a sick man then. What are you now? Roy asked. All better? No more urges? Roy walked over to the shelf with the figurines. He grasped one of a little girl skipping rope. She had a huge grin on her face, her little skirt floating up in an imaginary breeze. Roy held it in his hand, out towards Bream. These are not the normal sorts of collectibles for a middle-aged man, wouldn't you say? Roy asked. Bream shifted on his feet. Those are worth a lot of money. Really? Matt asked, studying the figurine in Roy's hand. They're pretty fucking ugly. I think they're cute, Bream said. They remind me of childhood. Things were simpler then. Roy felt his gorge rise. Do you know Ashley or her family? Roy asked, still holding the figurine. I didn't. Do you know where she lives? Matt asked. Not until they started talking about her on the news, Bream said. Ever been over by the school? I try not to get anywhere near it, Bream said. Do you know what they did to me in prison? How often and how badly they beat me, raped me? Didn't feel too good, did it? Roy asked. No, it did not, Bream said. Look, I didn't take the girl. I have no idea what happened to her. You can take the fucking phone if you want, but please bring it back. I'm trying to earn a living here. Makes me sick you're even out of prison. Matt muttered. Like I've never heard that before. Bream said. Those 2 kids she was with, they're probably the ones who did it. Maybe they lured her into a yard or something and killed her. Right, because not only would we not have checked them out first, but now we take advice from pedophiles. Roy said. You think we have everything we need, Detective? Matt looked at his notes, then the phone. He nodded. Let's get out of here. Gonna need a week's worth of showers. Rory dropped the figurine on the floor. It shattered. Whoops. Hope that wasn't a valuable one. Rory stepped on the pieces as he walked towards the door. Bream's face was almost purple in a rage. Get a new fucking hobby, Roy said as they exited the house. They walked down the stairs as Bream shut the door behind them. I don't think he did it, Roy said. Me neither, but it was sure fun fucking with him. Agreed. And so it went for the next few days, knocking on the doors of known sex offenders, entering their weird homes, threatening them and taunting them. Over and over, they had conversations in living rooms or back porches. Every time, the potential suspect looked nervous, but none seemed guilty. Although it was fun at first, it soon took a toll. They found nothing. All of the surveillance, all of the interviews yielded just one thing. Nothing. 3 weeks later. The blackness was all around her. It had been all around her for what seemed like forever. Time had no value here. Things moved in the dark. Sometimes those things reached out and punished her. For the longest time, she felt she could get out of this darkness, but it was always there. The voices in her head were terrifying, but it was strange the things you got used to if it was your life for years. There was ground beneath her feet. She could feel it with her toes and the soles of her bare feet, but she couldn't see it too well. Everything here was black. Shadows moved. At times, there were tiny slivers of light, but the landscape it revealed was terrifying. She had no need of food or water here. She could not remember the last time she ate or drank. Which was real, and which was the dream? This was the thought which kept her moving, kept her going. Was she really once a little girl, running with her friends through a path to her house? Had they been ahead of her, laughing, while she had been laughing too? Then there was an odd feeling, a bright flash of light, then darkness. Had it really happened? Was that all a dream, and the waking in the darkness was the reality? There was something in here with her. She knew this. She heard it whispering. It wanted to keep her here. She felt it feeding off of her from time to time. She would get so tired, then fall asleep. In her dreams, she was a little girl again. She had a mother and a father. She had a house. Then the dream would end, and she would wake up in pain, surrounded by the shadows and darkness. She would try to run, but get nowhere. She would hear the terrifying laugh. The darkness would move, and she'd end up collapsed on the ground, surrounded by the unseeable thing which did not want to leave her. For days, then weeks, months, and then years, this went on. Tortured again and again by things she could not see, her mind couldn't comprehend. Each time wishing for death, but it never came. She still looked for a way out. Despite the pain, the constant draining of her energy and isolation, she watched. She waited. Then it came. Decades after it had pulled her into this world, stripped of clothing, dignity, and sanity, she watched as a hole appeared within the darkness. At the other side of the hole was light. She smelled freedom on a breeze barely felt. She ran. Around her, the shadows revolted. Things babbled in her ears. She screamed as she ran, toes digging into mushy substances she couldn't see. She saw the light and ran for it. It grew brighter and bigger until she could extend her hand, feel the breeze stronger on her fingertips, then her hand, then her arm. As the world of darkness grasped at her ankles, she jumped, hurled herself through the disk of light. On the other side might be teeth which would destroy her, or knives which would pierce her, but she didn't care. It was out. It was away. The ground she fell upon was wet with moisture. Dew or rain, she didn't know, but she felt the grass beneath her fingers and against her bare skin. Above her, the disk of light shimmered, and from beyond, something roared, but then the opening was closed. Gone. She stood on her feet, eyes closed, and extended her arms up over her head. She felt the warmth of the sun against her naked flesh for the first time in years. At last, she opened her eyes and looked around. Familiarity hammered home against her consciousness like a battering ram. She was home, in the cut-through. "Mom?" She turned and saw the houses behind her. She knew the sight. She recognized the homes. Would her mother still be living here all these years later? She had to find out, so she ran. She ran towards home. Mary Dent sat in her living room, staring at her hands. It had been 3 weeks since Ashley vanished. 3 weeks and nothing. No more calls, no clues, just hopelessness. Mary wondered if she was going to lose her sanity. In the night, when John was asleep, she drifted into Ashley's room, where she remained on her daughter's bed, just staring at the walls, trying to breathe in the air inside the confined space. She wanted to inhale everything her daughter was and had been. It was crazy, of course, but she knew how many of these stories ended. She clasped a hope Ashley would be found somehow, but it was not looking good. It had been too long. Each day meant there was less of a chance. The television was on in front of her, but Mary didn't see it or care. The sound was off. Something about teachers in Chicago going on strike. This just made Mary wonder if her daughter would ever go to school again. Mary was so lost in thought, she didn't hear the first knock on the front door. The second knocks were more urgent and frantic. This caused Mary to jump to her feet. Her heart hammered in her chest. What was this now? People had been coming to her home for days, particularly in the days after Ashley vanished, but nothing like this. Had the time come for kids to play pranks on her now? Was sympathy gone? "Who is it?" she called. "Did you say something, Mary?" John called from the kitchen. "Someone's knocking at the door," Mary replied. "Mom?" Mary felt an icy hand close around her heart. It was her. She was certain of it. The voice was so quiet, shaky, but it was her daughter. She would know Ashley's voice anywhere, any age. Mary ran to the door. Vaguely, she heard her husband calling after her, telling her to stop, but she grabbed the doorknob and flung it open. What greeted her caused her to freeze. In front of her was a woman, about 24 years old. Her hair was bright red and stood out all over. She was filthy, but immediately Mary realized this young woman was naked, covered in bruises. "Mom?" the girl asked. Mary was about to shout, open her mouth and tell this crazy woman to get away from her. Then she noticed the birthmark on the woman's left thigh. She looked at the flecks of gold in the blue eyes. She saw the scar above this girl's left eye. "Mom, help me," the woman said, and then she fainted. Mary caught her in her arms. Behind her, John cried out, calling frantically, telling Mary to step away. Mary and this woman who bore all the physical markings of her daughter, but was at least 10, possibly 15 years older than Ashley, collapsed to the ground. This red-headed woman was out, fainted dead away.
Ashley?
Mary asked.
John, call an ambulance, then call the police. Now!
A mystery deepens. Nightmares emerge. The shadows are dark and long. All facts of daily life when the night comes out. You've been listening to When the Night Comes Out, a weekly horror anthology podcast with stories by Brian W. Alaspa and narrated by Ali James. Music by Vivek Abhishek. For Brian's work, visit his website at brianwalaspa.com or visit amazon.com for his books of fiction and nonfiction. Be sure to listen to Ali's work on Facebook at Ali James Projects. Visit our website at whenthenightcomesout.com to learn how to support us on Patreon. There's a moment when the sun disappears, when darkness falls and you're left with just your fears. That's the moment you feel your first pang of doubt. That's the moment when the night comes out. When the Night Comes Out presents The Cut-Through, Part 2. A young girl has vanished. Now another young woman has appeared. How are these two things connected? It's a question these detectives will try to answer when the night comes out. Roy arrived at the Dent house 20 minutes after the call. Matt was already there. The call had come in and dispatch had immediately called the detectives. There had been so many cranks, the chief didn't want to create a disturbance with dozens of cars, lights flashing, and uniforms all over. The uniforms were on standby, however. The woman had come back around not long after she fainted. An ambulance had arrived, but its lights and sirens were off. The woman sat in the back of the ambulance. A worried Mary stood on her porch. Roy approached her first. "What's happened?" he asked. "I don't know," Mary said. "I'm so confused. She said she was Ashley and fainted. She was naked and dirty. Look at her. She's so thin, and there are bruises all over her." "Is she a drug addict, maybe?" Roy pondered aloud. "I would think so, but she has all of Ashley's marks. Red hair, blue eyes with gold flecks. Ashley has the birthmark on her thigh about the size of a quarter. When she was 3, she ran into the corner of a coffee table and had to get stitches above her left eye. This woman has that scar, too." Roy frowned and turned his head to look at the ambulance. Matt was there, trying to talk to the woman. The woman stared straight ahead, the blanket the paramedics had given her pulled up to her chin. "John? She has to be a crank detective. Jesus, Ashley's a kid. This girl is at least 10 years older than our daughter. How is that possible?" "I don't know," Roy muttered. Has she said anything else since she woke up?
Nothing, Mary said. I tried to get her food or something to drink. She didn't even seem to notice.
All things considered, Mary seemed to have her shit together, Roy mused. Even John, who had been quick to anger over the last 3 weeks, appeared very calm. Okay, guys, let me go talk to Detective Dreyfus, he said. Don't go anywhere. Not on your life, Mary replied. Roy tried to give them a reassuring look, but he was too worried to pull it off. He sauntered over to the ambulance. Matt saw him coming and jumped down from the back of the vehicle. Well, this is fucked, the younger detective stated. Has she talked? Matt shrugged. She says Mary's her mom. She told me so when I got here. She said, that's my mom. Since then, she's been like this. What did the paramedics say? Roy asked. She's in shock. She's also suffering from hypothermia and is severely malnourished. Roy rubbed a hand over his face. He wanted a drink and he wanted to go to bed. Mostly, he wanted answers. Well, they should get her to the hospital and make sure she's okay, Roy said. She's obviously not going to talk again tonight. She seems exhausted, Roy. The most exhausted person I've ever seen. What she's gone through, and whoever she is, she's been through serious shit. Get her to the hospital. Go with her. They'll get her hydrated and get food into her. Maybe she'll want to talk then. Matt agreed and stepped into the ambulance. Roy walked over to one of the paramedics. Make sure the doctors admit her, he said. I want her in a secured room, too. The paramedic said he'd relay the message. The ambulance drove off, and Roy pulled out his phone. Yeah, she's going to the hospital, but we need to have guards on the room, Roy explained to the chief. I'm going to talk to the dents and look around. I don't think whoever she is will tell us much tonight. Matt'll make sure the doctors get a full talk screen, and I'll see what I can do to get a psych consult. The call ended, and Roy rubbed his eyes. Too many things happening at once. He was getting slower these days, hard to take care of those things as they flew at him anymore. He turned around to head back over to the dents. Who is she? John asked. We have no idea, Roy stated. She had no clothing, no identification other than the marks you saw? Nothing, Mary said. Tears coursed slowly down her face. Whoever she is, she's been through a lot. I mean, look at her. Yeah, she has, Roy agreed. Now, if we can just figure out who did this and why. My guess is it's possible she was being held somewhere. Who knows for how long and what she went through, but it looks bad. Think of the worst thing you can imagine, then double it. Maybe she saw a news story about your daughter and decided this was who she was. I have known people who have been through great psychological and physical torture who have a total break with reality. They create new identities for themselves to cope. This is all just conjecture, but it doesn't seem like she'd scar herself up like that just to come here and end up in the hospital. It's not like there's some financial gain here. Sounds horrible, Mary whispered. It is, Roy said. I know this is hard on you too. I'm sorry. You guys being in the media will bring out crazy people. I wish that weren't the case, but it happens. We know, John said. We've had phone calls and emails, people telling us they know where Ashley is, people just making threats. We forward most of them to your office. Roy knew about these. He'd read through most of them because he had to. At the beginning of the investigation, there were so many emails and calls, he and Matt sometimes spent all day listening or reading. People were vicious, even to parents who had lost their child. I'd suggest you go inside. Take the phone off the hook. Don't go online. We're doing our best to keep this quiet here, but your neighbors surely saw the ambulance. Maybe just stay away from the news. Read a book. Anything. Mary and John nodded at the same time. I'm gonna search around the neighborhood, Roy said. I doubt I'll find much. Our best hope is she snaps out of it once the doctors take a look at her and we get some answers. Mary and John went inside. There wasn't much else to say. Roy watched them go. It hurt his heart to watch them. So much pain, and there was still the spark behind their eyes. A spark Roy knew all too well. It was hope. The hope they would catch the murderer. He had seen the hope of the burglar being found and money returned from those who were robbed. The dense hope was they would still find Ashley alive. He had seen it before, so many times. Sometimes the hope burned bright, and the solution presented itself so it could flare brighter. He was the hero. Far too often, the worst part was the light going out as hope was lost. He wanted to find Ashley for them. Roy walked down the sidewalk. None of the neighbors were outside now, but it was hard to shake the feeling he was being watched. Fine, let them. He would provide them no answers. No press had shown up. No television station helicopters buzzed overhead. Roy kept his eyes down on the ground. It wasn't hard to find the footprints. The woman was barefoot. It had rained pretty consistently for the past 2 days. If she ran through mud, which it appeared she had, then she'd leave a trail. Roy walked down the curb and across the street, then down the sidewalk. After a moment, he looked up to see where he was. Immediately, he had a sinking feeling in his gut. You have gotta be fucking kidding, he muttered. The prints were clearer here. Her feet had been dirtier, slowly cleaned off walking through the wet grass and stepping in a puddle. Down the sidewalk, then up the driveway. A moment later, he stopped between 2 sets of townhomes. Fuck, he muttered. He and Matt had stood here weeks ago. The very first day Ashley had vanished, as a matter of fact. The forensic guys had gone over this area with fine-toothed combs. They had found nothing. No fibers, no strange hairs, no DNA from anything connected to a human. Plenty of dog pee, but little else. Nothing showing Ashley had been grabbed or anything violent had happened. Here he was again. The footprints led right up the grass before vanishing once the lawn started. Then more footprints in the muddy parts around the paving stones someone had set into the ground, leading to the cut-through. Roy continued to follow. When he reached the halfway point, there was an indentation in the wet grass. Something had fallen here. The footprints started right after the indentation. She fell here, he said to himself. And she got up, ran off that way. He turned to look back, following the trail with his eyes. He could see it in his mind clearly. The lost woman, up on her feet, then one desire, just one place she wanted to go. She wanted to go back home, he said. Fuck was his next thought. As the sun began to head down behind the trees, Matt and Roy stood in the hallway of the hospital, staring out the window. Down the hall, in a room flanked on either side by uniformed cops, was the woman who had shown up claiming to be Ashley. Roy had just explained the footprints and where they led. So what are you saying? Matt asked. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, Roy said. To his left was a set of windows overlooking the woods around the hospital. Soon those leaves would be changing, showing off dazzling colors. The sun would be too low for those on the ground to see much more than shades of pink and orange in the sky. From up on this floor, however, the sun still shone. I just know what I saw, Matt cursed and paced back and forth in a short path from one wall to the next. He jammed the heels of both hands into his eyes. Neither he nor Roy had been sleeping very well these days. Matt had been smoking a lot lately, too. His clothes reeked of it. "I don't understand any of this," Matt said. "How many people have we interviewed?" "A few hundred," Roy said. "Not you and me personally, but the police." "We've tracked suspects to 5 states surrounding this one," Matt stated. 6, actually. We just tracked one in Michigan," Rory corrected. "Probably 1,000 phone calls, maybe 1,000,000 tips from emails to voicemails, all of it tracked down to nothing." Rory nodded. "Yeah, about covers it." "And what do we have to show for it?" Matt turned to face Roy, his hands out as if pleading. "Nothing. Nothing, which indicates Ashley was taken. No bones, no remains, no list of suspects, no indication of where she is or what happened." Matt slapped his hands down against his thighs. "Now this," he said, pointing down the hall. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" "What do you think? Of course not." "So what's the play here?" Matt asked. "What do we do?" "We wait for her to come around. We ask her questions. We go through this like detectives." Matt laughed. "Are you getting as bad a feeling about this case as I am?" "I have from the first day," Roy admitted. "From the moment I first went into the cut-through with you, something felt off." "Remember when Tim's parents called us the day after we talked to him?" Matt asked. Roy did. "She said he told them he and Josh felt dizzy walking through the path, the cut-through. Josh confirmed it the next day." "I remember." Matt's face looked pained. Out of nowhere, and seemingly for no reason, he said, "I joined the force to make a difference. I'm guessing you did too." Roy confirmed. "I wanted to find the bad guys, but it all sort of made sense. I mean, it'll never make any fucking sense to me why guys murder other guys or anyone hurts kids in the first place, but they're people. Some people are just fucking evil. This case, from the get-go, has not made sense. There's been no bad guy." Now that he had explained it, his frustration made sense. It crystallized Rory's own feelings. "I know. I feel the same thing, Matt. I look like a hard-bitten cynic. I am a hard-bitten cynic. But the same things got me into police work. The moment we set foot in the cut-through, this entire thing has felt like a walk into crazy town." Matt did a little more pacing. Rory watched him walk back and forth. "What are we seeing here, boss?" Matt asked, looking down at his shoes. "Just between you, me, and this chair. What are we talking about? Doppelgangers? Alternate realities? UFOs? What?" Roy shrugged. "You think I know? We just have to work the problem. We have to ask her questions and find out what we can. Did you see the mark on her leg, Matt?" Matt thought. "Yeah, I did. When they were getting her into the hospital gown, I saw her leg. It was there. The birthmark." "Could you see the scar over her eye?" "Yeah, it stands out. I mean, they told us about that day one, but you can really see what a nasty fall it must have been. She has a lot of other scars, too. Things which look like bite marks, for Christ's sake." "It's hard to fake birthmarks," Rory said. "Maybe you could do a scar, although why you'd want to, I have no idea. I suppose you haven't been close enough to see the flecks in her eyes?" Matt shook his head. "Not yet. I don't want to admit the fantastic any more than you do," Rory said. "I've been on the force for too long. Always the pragmatic one. I'm closer to retirement than you are by far. I want to retire without having something like this over my head. They'll remember the strange case of the alternate reality more than any of the other cases I've solved." There has to be a reasonable explanation, Matt declared. He pointed down the hall. There has to be a reason for all of this. She's a fake. She has to be an imposter. A crazy person, but an imposter. This opens up a whole new case because we have no idea where she came from or why she's scarred. Why was she naked? Roy agreed. So, what do we do now? Are you staying here in case she wakes up? Where do we go next? I don't know, Matt said. Yeah, I think I'll stay here. I can catch a nap on one of these chairs, or maybe they'll let me crash out in an empty room. Mary Dent sat in her living room, her hands twisting and turning in her lap. John had decided to lay down. She couldn't join him. Her mind raced, with thoughts twisted just like her hands. She had the markings. Mary went over and over it in her mind. The woman at the door had the eyes, the scar, the birthmark. Plus, there was just the knowledge which came from holding her daughter in her arms, a feeling you knew your own child, a familiarity which only came from being a parent. It had felt like Ashley. Mary had raised her daughter to think for herself, to dream and imagine, but also ground herself in reality. The world was built in such a way you had to do this with your kids. They had to know the realities of the world. There were bad men and bad things out there. Mary was not a religious person, so she didn't force a religion on Ashley. There were no sky genies or magics to bring about your dreams. You worked hard, you became good at things, then your dreams followed. But now... Mary stood up and walked slowly to the front door. She turned the knob, but paused to listen for John. She heard nothing. Perhaps in the bedroom he was snoring the way he always did when he was asleep, but she heard nothing now. Quickly, she opened the door, trying to minimize the telltale squeak of the hinges, which always alerted everyone someone was coming in or exiting. It was dark outside, although the horizon still held traces of red descending to purple. The streetlights were on. The insects in the forest preserve off to her left had started their constant drone. The pond straight ahead and just past the homes across the street held bullfrogs which croaked their odd songs. No one was out at the moment. Perhaps everyone had seen what happened or were afraid to let their kids play. Usually, there would be people out with their dogs or kids still running around. Nothing now. The sound of traffic rushing past from the nearby road, the bugs and frogs, but just an oppressive quiet elsewhere. Mary stepped onto her porch, then down the steps into the grass. She realized she had forgotten to put on her shoes. No matter. The grass felt good on her bare feet. She walked down the lawn to the sidewalk. When she looked down, she saw the same muddy footprints Roy had seen earlier. Mary walked across the street. She turned right, her head down, and followed the footprints. Eventually, she turned left and found herself at the same place Roy had. "Goddamn," she whispered. Tim had said Ashley vanished in the cut-through. Josh had repeated a similar tale. She also knew the police had been over every square inch of the pathway. Down on their hands and knees, the forensic people had inspected the ground. Mary thought it looked like they were inspecting each blade of grass. They had found nothing. Mary walked across the driveway. The houses on either side were quiet, their lights off. Despite this, Mary felt as if she were being watched. Her toes reached the grass at the far end of the driveway. The bushes and trees reminded her of fingers reaching to grab her. The pathway appeared even more hidden. There were no more footprints here as she reached the paving stones. They were cold and wet, more so than the grass. Soon, she was beneath the arched entrance to the cut-through. Overhead, the branches of two trees entwined like the hands of lovers. Something small buzzed in her ear, and Mary slapped at the mosquito. Overhead, the stars had started to poke through the velvet of the sky. She trailed her right hand against the tall wooden fence to her right. The coarse wood felt a bit spongy and damp from the recent rain, but the fence also felt solid. No gates or doors, nothing which might open and snatch a child, or release a grown woman. Mary reached the middle of the path. Here was the point Tim and Josh had said they grew dizzy. Tim said it was a fraction of a moment. The hairs on his arms had stood up, and he felt lightheaded. Then the feeling was gone as fast as it had arrived. Mary stood there. She raised her arms slowly over her head. Her fingers extended into the air, trying to feel the energy the boys described. "Come on," she whispered. "Come on, show me, take me." For a moment, she heard another buzzing in her ear. Annoyed, she slapped again at her head. She realized the sound was not in her ear, but inside her head. She felt a brief tingling against her fingertips. The sensation extended down her hands. Her head filled with images of darkness and cold, images of horror as unspeakable evil reached back towards her. Hungry, so alone, wanting light and life, a darkness with teeth. Behind it, a vast emptiness which she could not possibly describe. It was an endless, infinite loneliness and longing. Then it was gone. Mary gasped, snapping her hands back down to her shoulders. She clutched at her own face. Suddenly, she felt almost naked and utterly alone out here. Around her were homes, some now showing lights inside, filled with life. Out here there was darkness, and beyond this place was more darkness. Deeper, more intense darkness than could be comprehended was close by. Mary could still feel it. The tingling was gone, but the dark thing had seen her. It was here, with her. She couldn't see it because the thin film of reality separated her from this hungry void. She could hear strange whispers and languages she did not understand in her mind. "Where's my daughter?" she asked this living darkness. "Give her back." There was no response, but she felt it moving around her, as if it were a dog slowly sniffing around her feet. Mary backed away slowly. She waited for the sky to open. She would see the teeth within the darkness. Mary waited for the portal to encompass her, suck her in. Instead, she nearly tripped over the paving stones. Her bare heel skidded off the edge of the stone, and the sudden sharp pain snapped the trance. "Fuck you," Mary hissed. She hissed it at the stone, but also the thing she had felt inside her mind. Mary backed down the driveway. She expected the portal to open. Perhaps her baby girl would tumble out. It didn't happen, and when she reached the sidewalk, her gaze finally broke away from the path. She thought of the birthmark, the scar, the gold flecks in the eyes. Could it be? By the time Mary returned home, she knew she'd need to speak to the woman at her door. She had to know. Matt Dreyfus curled his legs in tighter to better fit on the awkward chair down the hall from the hospital room. Why did every hospital seem to shop from the same furniture stores? The armrests were too small, made from some hardwood used for torture. Hard cushions made from some strange faux leather. No mortal could possibly get rest on these. Matt had managed to drift off for a bit, but his dreams were full of strange sounds, grotesque images of murder, and an endless darkness. He feared the young woman down the hall was projecting her thoughts into his mind. Now, it was about 10 o'clock, and the hospital had switched to night mode. Most of the unnecessary lights were off. The guards beside the door down the hall sat in plastic chairs straight out of some classroom somewhere within the hospital. The bright fluorescent lights reflected in the polished tile floor, presenting dozens of miniature suns shining in Matt's eyes. He sat forward, adjusting the denim jacket he had been using as a makeshift blanket. Yawning, he stood and stretched, his back and shoulders popped. What the fuck was he doing here? What the fuck was going on? Matt had been raised a Christian, but the world had changed those beliefs over the years. Now, he wasn't so sure. If there was a God, it was pretty obvious he, or it, didn't give a shit about individual people. To think otherwise was arrogance. Mostly, he felt the world spun alone in an endless blackness. The word echoed through his head, not in his own voice, but the voice of the woman claiming to be Ashley. It was the one word she had said to him when he tried to talk to her in the ambulance. The one thing he knew, she was filled with fear. The phrase which came to mind when he arrived at the house was feral. This woman was barely human in her mannerisms or appearance. Matt put his jacket back on and strolled down the hall. Somewhere, a floor polisher shushed and swirled like some whispering beast. The two uniformed cops stared at their phones. "You guys okay?" Matt asked. The cop on the right looked up. "We're fine, Detective. I think she'll be out all night. She looked exhausted." Matt had to agree. Like she'd been through hell. "Who is she?" The cop on the left asked. Did she really claim to be the missing girl? Ashley? Not in so many words, but she knocked on the dent's door. She called Mary Mom. That's fucked up, the cop on the right stated. So, if she's not Ashley, who is she? The cop on the left asked. I don't know, but whoever she is, she's been through a lot. You should head home, Detective. The cop on the right said. We've got things covered here. If she wakes up or if someone comes for her, we'll call you. Thanks, but I promised my partner I'd stay here. If she wakes up, I want to be here to ask her questions. You should at least ask for a room or a bed somewhere. The cop on the left yawned and stretched. These chairs are like torture devices. The scream was sudden, and so loud it nearly knocked all three cops over. It pierced the silence of the floor like a knife through fabric. Matt jumped, lurched against the wall, his hands at the side of his head. Both uniformed cops stumbled from their chairs, instinctively grabbing their pistols. The scream was unlike anything Matt had heard before. There was no buildup. One moment the hall was quiet, save for their whispers to each other. Then there was an ear-piercing shriek from within the room beyond. Something inside the room fell over with a clang. The next thing Matt noticed was the scream did not end. Ashley, or whoever she was, didn't pause to take a breath. Instead, the cry got louder. Then, beneath the high-pitched tone, was something else. Something which made Matt instantly think of movies he had seen about exorcisms. Jesus! Matt stammered and ran into the room. The woman was pushed against the wall at the far end of the bed. Her knees were pulled up tight against her chest. The red mane stood out all around her face as if electricity ran through her. Her countenance was a mask of pure terror, with her mouth open and eyes wide. Ma'am, calm down, Matt called out. Finally, the young woman drew a breath. The scream still continued, and she tried to back further into the wall. One hand scratched at the wallpaper. Matt saw the hand had no fingernails, just dried blood as if she had clawed at things before, ripping the nails out at the bed. It's not real! The woman wailed. It's not real! None of this is real! Matt extended both hands toward the woman. He moved slowly into the room, near the foot of the bed. The woman cowered from him. Ashley? Matt said. Your name is Ashley, right? The scream finally stopped, but the look of pure terror on the woman's face remained. She had both arms outstretched against the wall. Her eyes looked like they might pop out of her skull as she watched him. Is your name Ashley? She nodded slowly, but bared her teeth. I think so. It's the name I remember. But was I really Ashley? I don't know. You're not real. I'm not here. I'm in the dark. This is a dream. Matt nodded as if he understood completely. I understand. This all must seem very strange. This is all real. I'm real. Look, you can touch me. He yanked up his sleeves, baring his tattooed arms, and extended them toward the frightened woman. He held his palms open as if approaching a violent dog. Nothing in his hands, no weapons. Distantly, he heard footsteps running down the hall. They were coming to sedate her. He had to hold them off. Slowly, the woman crawled forward, sniffing the air. Once again, Matt was reminded of a wild animal. She extended a hand and touched his fingers, then the tattoo of a butterfly on his forearm. You're Matt? She asked, studying his face. I am. Detective Dreyfus, Matt. You're real? I should think so. I feel real, don't I? She clambered back toward the end of the bed, near the pillows. Her eyes were wide and frightened, rolling around and around in her skull. I don't know, she said. Just then, the door burst open. 2 nurses and a doctor came in. The nurse at the front held a needle in her hand, which created a brief sparkle in the overhead lights. Ashley immediately started wailing again. Back away, Matt shouted to the medical staff. He held out his left hand to them. Just back away, everyone back away. We're under instruction to sedate her. The nurse in the lead said defensively. I don't care, Matt replied. We're talking. I just had her calm and you burst in here and set everything off again. Would you want someone running at you with that fucking thing? He pointed at the needle. The nurse looked chagrined and backed away toward the door. All 3 of them looked frightened, but ready to jump on the woman. Good, Matt said. The woman in the bed was once again pressed to the wall. Tears streamed down her face. They're gonna send me back, she said. Matt, they're gonna send me back into the darkness. I want to stay in this dream. I want to stay here. Matt approached the bed cautiously, advancing slowly like maybe she was a rattlesnake about to bite. He edged towards the woman. No one is sending you back, he stated smoothly. Ashley, we just want to find out what happened to you, so just relax. You've been seriously hurt. The doctors just want to make sure you're okay, so they want to give you something to help you calm down. They've got needles, she hissed. Like the darkness with teeth. They want to bite me. No biting, Matt said, casting a glance toward the nurse with the syringe. There might be a little bit of a pinch, but it won't hurt much. Then it will relax you. Don't you want to get some sleep? Ashley shook her head emphatically. No, I've been in the dark for so long. It's there, behind my eyes, lurking in the shadows. I can feel it. She put her hands to the side of her head, intertwining her hair and her fingers. I can feel it in my head, she continued. It's in there now. It whispers to me and tells me horrible things. Horrible things. This isn't real, is it? It tells me this isn't real. Matt leaned forward and reached out his hands. He took a risk and touched her hands, half expecting her to claw the skin off his forearms. He was even more dismayed when she scuttled into his arms and clasped to him. Are you real? Are you real? Is this real? Are you real? She kept asking again and again, the words running together until they were random noises. Matt held her, offering soft shushing sounds like he would a baby. As she clung to him, now weeping against his chest, Matt waved one arm toward the nurse. She came in fast and stuck the syringe into Ashley's arm. A fast stick, faster than a bee. "See?" Matt whispered, running his hands through her hair. It felt coarse and unwashed beneath his fingertips. "See? It didn't hurt, did it? Over so fast. Now, just relax, okay? I'm real. This is really a hospital, a real bed. Shh, just relax." Eventually, he felt her muscles relax. Her constant blather eased. Then she slumped against him. After a moment, he slowly eased her back down onto the bed. He was out of breath. It took a second to realize he had been breathing shallowly. His back hurt. His arms ached. "Thank you," he said to the nurse. The woman looked terrified, shocked. She disposed of the needle. "That woman is fucking crazy," she said. Matt nodded. "Maybe. Probably." The two cops from the hall stood just inside the door. Both had their guns in their hands, but looked equally terrified. The resident and second nurse also held similar expressions. "I think we can relax a bit," he stated, not believing a word he was saying. Nothing at all about this felt remotely relaxing or normal. "She should be out for the night, right?" The nurse nodded, but still appeared shocked and horrified. "She should have been out all night with the first shot." "Thanks," Matt whispered. "Thanks, very encouraging." "We should restrain her," the resident added. "No," Matt replied. "No way, this girl is traumatized. If we restrain her, the screaming will never stop." "You take full responsibility for that?" the resident asked. "Yes, absolutely. Now, everyone, get the fuck out of here. Get out of the room, please." None of them looked like they wanted to leave him there, but they didn't know what else to do. The crowd backed out of the room, and the door slowly closed. Matt stood there for a moment. What the fuck did he do now? It was much too late to call Roy. He wanted to be here if she woke up again. Matt walked across the room and sat down in the chair against the wall. He cursed when he realized the chair was nearly as uncomfortable as the one in the hall. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. The next morning, Tim got a call from Josh. It was early, so he knew this wasn't good news. Nothing good happened when you got a phone call and it was before breakfast. "What happened?" he asked the moment his friend was on the phone. "Did you hear about the woman claiming to be Ashley?" Josh asked. Tim had not. He had been in bed pretty early the night before. The weeks since Ashley vanished had flown by. There had been accusations from other kids at school to deal with, but it wasn't as bad as he thought it might be. Most of the kids were scared. You could see it in their eyes. Other kids had stopped going to school via the cut-through. What the path did to Ashley, Tim wasn't sure, but kids were scared. He went through it, however, because he felt closer to his friend. Sometimes, when he was halfway across, he whispered Ashley's name, hoping maybe she would hear him wherever she was. Josh filled him in on what he knew. Most of it came from listening to his parents trying to talk privately between themselves the night before. Josh was an expert on spying, and often got interesting ideas from eavesdropping on his parents when they thought he was asleep. The rest he got from chat groups on social media. "She's crazy," Tim said, eyeing his own mother, who went back and forth in the kitchen getting coffee or prepping toast. "Ashley's our age. How could a woman be her?"
"I don't know, but be careful. If it is her, then something really weird is going on. If it's not, then crazy people are running around out here."
"Why would crazy people care about this place?" Tim mused.
Ashley missing is crazy. Crazy things bring out crazy people.
It made sense in a way. Josh was not always a deep thinker, but this had a sort of logic to it. Like attracted like. Crazy disappearances might attract crazy people. Tim talked for a few more moments, but barely paid attention. He wanted to see this woman. He wanted to see her and see if he would recognize her. The day had suddenly gotten a lot more interesting and frightening. Roy arrived at the hospital before the sun was up over the trees. The night before had been relatively sleepless. His dreams had been full of a kind of darkness which was alive, an insane woman with claws and teeth. He managed to doze off about 30 minutes before his alarm dragged him into consciousness. When it did, he found text messages from Matt about the night before. He did not have a good feeling about today. "Anything else happen?" Roy asked Matt once he reached the right floor. Matt looked more than a little rough around the edges. "No," the detective replied. "I slept, or tried to sleep, in the room with her. She stirred a few times, cried out once, but she didn't wake up and scream again." Roy nodded, but studied his partner. "Something's bothering you. Spill it." Matt sighed. "You should have heard the scream, Roy. It wasn't human. It went on and on, louder than anything I've ever heard, deeper than her voice." Roy raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. Matt rubbed a hand over his face. "It was like she was possessed," Matt said, exasperated. "I know that sounds nuts, but it was." "We both discussed the crazy last night," Roy stated plainly. "You see me laughing? If she's possessed, the question is, by what? Are we talking demons or something else?" "I don't know. That's not all. She doesn't think this is real." "What's real?" Matt waved a hand in the air. "This, you, me, the hospital. She thinks wherever she was is real. This is all a dream. She calls wherever she was the darkness." "I dreamed of darkness last night, Matt. Darkness which was alive. Hungry." Matt just looked tired. "What am I supposed to do with this, Roy? What does that mean?" Roy shrugged. "I don't know. We're heading off the map here, partner. Uncharted waters. Here, there are monsters." "Yeah, big ones." Roy put a hand on Matt's shoulder. "Go home. Get some sleep. When you've had at least 6 hours, come back. I'll sit in the room with her. If she wakes up, I'll try to talk to her." Matt was too tired to argue. "Yeah, good. Just be careful." "Of what?" "I don't know. But all this feels dangerous, doesn't it? All wrong." "That's how I'd put it." It was mid-morning before she stirred. Roy sat in the same chair Matt had attempted to sleep in the night before. His back ached and his head hurt. Twice he had nodded off, only to snap awake. Once he had nearly panicked when he wasn't sure where he was. It was this second time he awoke, nearly jumping to his feet. He found the woman in the bed, staring at him. Seeing her eyes wide and boring into his skull caused him to cry out. "Oh, you scared me," he said. "Bad dreams?" Her voice was barely a whisper. Roy's heart hammered loudly in his chest. "Pardon?" "You were having bad dreams. I have them. I think this is a dream. But then, where I was before now was a nightmare. Dreams within dreams." Roy stood up, stretched, and walked behind the chair. With effort, he slid it across the floor until he could sit next to the bed. He sat back down, crossing his legs. All the while, the woman who called herself Ashley watched him. "You feel like talking?" he asked her. She moved around on the bed, scurried down to the end where Roy sat. She folded her legs together and came to rest cross-legged. Her eyes burned with intensity and seldom blinked. "I can talk," she whispered. "I think I can. I could always talk in my dreams." Roy didn't know what this meant, so he made a mental note to come back to it. "First, let's start with the basics," Roy stated as gently as possible. "What's your name?" The woman looked confused for a moment. "I think my name is Ashley." "You think?" She shook her head cautiously. "I'm not sure. It's the name I remember, but I haven't been called by a name in a long time. I remember my friends and my mom calling me Ashley." "You don't happen to remember your last name, do you?" Roy continued. He took no notes. He was trying to make this seem like a conversation rather than an interrogation. "I'm not sure. I sort of remember something. Something with a D. Dunce? Don't? She paused, closed her eyes, her face screwing up into an intense look of concentration. Roy could not help but think the face made her look like a child trying to remember something in a dramatic way. "Dent? Yes, I think that's the one. Dent." Roy nodded. "Okay, well, can you tell me what happened to you?" "What do you mean?" Roy shifted in his seat, cleared his throat. "You said you were in a dark place. Now you're here. How did you get in the dark place?" I'm afraid," she whispered. Roy leaned forward. "Why?" "If I speak it out loud, then this dream might end. I might find myself in the dark place again. The darkness hurts, Roy." Her eyes went left and right, as if looking to make sure the coast was clear. Her paranoia was infectious. Roy felt tingles run up and down his spine and found himself looking around the room too. No one came in. The walls did not disappear. There was no portal. A monster did not come out from under the bed. However, there was an odd feeling in the air between them. Roy noticed a slight ringing in his ears. "Let's try to go back," Roy continued. He kept his voice calm, steady, even soothing. "Can you tell me anything you remember before the darkness?" "It was a dream," she protested. "It's okay." Roy held up a hand. "If you remember a dream, tell me the dream." The young woman sighed, shifted her legs on the bed. "I was home with my mom. The woman whose house I was at before I was here in the hospital, that was my mom. I was a little girl. So long ago. It was so long ago." She reached up one hand to scratch her head. She looked confused for a moment. "Right before the darkness, I was at home. I was eating cereal and talking to my mom and dad. My friends were coming over. Tim and Josh." She stopped, her head snapped around. "Where are Tim and Josh? They would know all about me. They were my friends. We'd walk to school together." "Tim and Josh are still here," Roy said. "They live in the same houses." Her eyes lit up. "Can I see them?" Roy held up a hand. "We'll see. Let's continue with the story." She nodded. "Okay, I can do that. It was morning, and they were coming over. We were going to walk to school. I spent the day at school just doing school stuff. Then I left school and was supposed to walk back with Tim and Josh. But Josh wanted to run. They ran. Towards the cut-through." She had been running a little behind schedule, and she recognized it, which made her worry. She could see Tim standing outside with Josh, and both of them looked annoyed. It was all Dina's fault. Dina had stopped her as she was trying to leave to ask her about a math assignment. This was not uncommon, as Ashley was always good with keeping track of the assignments in a notebook she carried around with her. However, it was never enough to just give Dina the assignment. She always wanted to talk, and this held Ashley up. Once Dina was assured and Ashley was able to break away, she dashed for the front. As she got near the door, she started to run. The moment she did, she locked eyes with Josh and knew instantly the jerk would make her chase them. There was a twinkle in his eye and a cocky smile on his face. "Please," she thought, "just wait. I don't want to run." She sent the thought toward him. Sure enough, he tapped him on the shoulder and they both broke for it. "Damn it," she mumbled under her breath and started after them. They were just teasing, of course. The three of them always teased each other and played pranks. Ashley and Tim had run away from Josh before. Josh and Ashley had run away from Tim before. They scared each other in the cut-through by popping out from the shadows at each other. Pranks were part of their friendship. To be honest, this was a pretty tame one, and Ashley was fast. She figured she'd be able to catch up easily. Ashley put a surge of speed and ran into the driveway of the school, right into a blaring horn. She gasped and looked to her right, startled to see just how close the front of the car was in relation to her entire tiny body. Her face flushed red, and she held up a hand, mouthing the word sorry. The driver looked just as startled as she did. Now the boys were further ahead, and it galled her even more than before. She put on another burst of speed and ran after them. Up the far curb, across the grass. Then it was a hard left, across a sidewalk, ducking past other students and their parents, then down the curb and out into the street between two cars. This time she paused to ensure there were no cars coming. She was across the road and heading into the cut-through just seconds later. Josh and Tim were right at the entrance of the path, and she could hear them laughing at her. Ashley found another gear and put on another burst of speed. She laughed too, because it was pretty funny. Oh, she had such plans to punch Josh when she caught him. She would send him home with bruises. The boys ran into the path. She was so close. She could see the back of Tim's head, the hair there just above his neck. For a moment, everything was so clear she could see every curl, every strand. There was a bright flash. Ashley raised her left hand up to her eyes. It was like a camera flash. She yelped as a bright circle of light formed inches above her that expanded until nothing, not her hand for certain, could blot out the light. No one could hear her, and she suddenly could hear nothing. She couldn't see Josh and Tim. She felt the ground change beneath her feet. Then she was on the ground. It was dark, absolute blackness. She called out to her friends, but her voice echoed and sounded strange. The enveloping darkness was alive. Something pierced her neck. Another unseen thing grabbed both arms. She heard fabric tear and soon realized her clothes were being ripped from her. She opened her mouth to scream and felt something slimy and snake-like creep around her head, over her mouth. Then there was a presence against her entire body, all along her back. The pain which followed consumed her. Thousands of tiny needles pierced her skin, up and down her body. Her mind filled with images of horror, blood and guts, torture and murder. Her mind felt as though it were on fire. Billions of tiny fingers in her brain, tearing her thoughts. A voice whispered into her mind she belonged to the darkness. Relax, accept, allow it to feed. She passed out, but it happened again and again, countless times. Sometimes there would be some light in this new world and she'd run towards it, but could never reach it. The things would hurt her, feed off her. She prayed for death, but she kept living. No matter how she begged or screamed, it fed and she lived. She ran for a time, but she could never get away. It was everywhere. She got used to the dark. She never needed to eat and became addicted, in a way, to the feedings. Somehow, the darkness fed her while also consuming her. She was special, the voice whispered to her, unlike any it had found before. Then the light came, and this time when she ran, she wasn't caught. She broke through. The light of this dream world pierced her eyes, and she ran to the one place she could recall from her dream life. She dashed home. The young woman, Ashley, sat back after finishing her story. The entire time she had been speaking, Roy maintained a steady face, but inside it filled him with dismay, fear. He held her gaze the best he could. The steady gaze, despite the story being told, was a tactic he had learned long ago. A person's eyes twitched certain ways when they were lying. This woman's eyes had not twitched at all. During her story, she stared at him, locked into his gaze, not even shifting left, right, or down. I think my memories of being a little girl here was the dream, she said. Now her voice quivered. Maybe the dark place was real. Am I really home? Is this really the place I left? Rory sighed. What now? Just how delicate was she? How crazy? Or, worse yet, was what she was saying the truth? Roy had stared down guns. He had been in the same room with men or women who had savagely murdered people. He had felt anxiety and some stress before, but he was never afraid. Roy knew the job he had to do. This time, he was afraid. Although he paid lip service to Matt about finding a logical explanation, and he still hoped for it, he was thinking there was no normal explanation. I'm not sure what to tell you now, he said. Here's my problem. You say it brought you to wherever you were, in the darkness, through a bright light. You were there for years. I mean, looking at you, you appear to be a woman in her 20s. Rory rubbed his beard. Lord, he was tired. His head hurt. The problem is, Ashley Dent, in this world, he continued, vanished just 3 weeks ago. She should still be a little girl of 10. The woman's mouth and eyes opened in surprise. For a moment, it looked like she was going to laugh. Then her mouth snapped shut. You're lying, she said. She crawled back to the opposite end of the bed. Her face showed fear, but also a burning intensity in her eyes. Roy felt an uneasiness he was not used to. Are you gonna lose it? He asked. You're lying, she repeated. I think you might be, Roy countered. He made a very sudden decision that the time for games was over. If she was going to snap, he'd deal with it. The young woman looked shocked. Her head snapped to the side as if he had slapped her. What do you mean? She asked. Exactly what I said, Rory said. You are obviously traumatized. I believe that. Someone or something hurt you badly. But I don't think you're Ashley. The young woman moved fast. One moment she was hunched by the pillow at the far end. The next she was in front of him. She scuttled across the bed like a spider. Then who am I? She hissed. Rory retained his cool and did not recoil. He kept his gaze down at his leg. His other hand was near the butt of his gun. I don't know, Rory said. I just know my partner and I are searching every database across the country. It's only a matter of time before we figure it out. I told you the truth. Rory sighed. I think you told me what you have chosen to believe is the truth. I think you were horribly abused and somehow heard about Ashley's disappearance. You incorporated this into something you could latch onto, in your mind. You created this story about darkness and portals to protect yourself. I don't think you've done any of this with malice, nothing out of anger." He looked up into her eyes. The burning intensity there was like staring into the heart of a furnace. "I'm not trying to unsettle you," he went on. "But the police have been hunting for Ashley Dent. She's made national news. I don't think you want to be a part of that. We need to find out who you really are. The man or men who did this to you need to be found. They could try to do this to someone else." The young woman pounded a fist on the mattress. "I heard them talking about me. I have the birthmark, the scars, the eyes." "True. I don't have an explanation. Do you?" "I was born with them?" Roy intertwined his fingers across his knee. "I see. I want to go home." "Not yet," Roy replied. "The doctors won't let you anyway. You're nearly starved, suffering from exposure. They're worried about infection. You'll be here for a little while." The woman again appeared agitated. She cursed. "Do I have to be under guard?" she asked. "I think so," Roy confirmed. "The media have been all over this case. So far, they don't know about you. If they find out, they'll be here. We need to keep this quiet while we figure things out. You need to stay here, and no one other than me, Matt, or the medical staff should see you." "I'm in prison," she stated, her voice hollow. "It's like still being in the darkness. There's light, but I'm still not free. Can my mom come visit me?" "Mary? I don't know about that. You freaked her out pretty well when you crashed on her doorstep. The best I can do is tell her you asked. It'll be up to her." The woman settled down, sitting back against the wall and stretching her legs. It was as if the exhaustion hit her hard and suddenly. Rory figured it must have been just like that, given whatever she had gone through. "I'm Ashley," she said as she yawned. "I can't explain how I got where I was or back here. I can only tell you I was there for years." Roy stood up. "We can do a DNA test. Would you be agreeable to that?" She nodded. "Yes, if it will help make this place real. Nothing here feels real." Mary Dent sat in her bed as her husband slept beside her. He slept a lot these days. When they were awake, he was still asleep. Whenever she tried to talk to him about Ashley, he would find a way to change the subject. He just went to work, did his thing, came home, ate dinner in silence, went to bed. Only Mary wandered the house, staring at her daughter's toys and belongings. Mary got out of bed, moving slowly and carefully as she put on a robe and sneaked down the hall. The nights were the worst. The darkness seemed like something which would attack her. It certainly assaulted her mind. She worried Ashley was in the dark, locked in a basement, perhaps buried underground, chained up in a closet. Now there was this woman claiming to be her daughter, her grown adult daughter. It was impossible, yet some part of her clung to the idea. Even having a wounded, mentally unstable, but alive daughter was better than thinking her daughter was dead. Mary walked into Ashley's bedroom. It was the room of a girl in transition. There were posters up now of boy bands. Magazines on the desk also incorporated various young heartthrobs. At the same time, the head of her bed was covered in stuffed animals. Off to one side, near the window, was a dollhouse she sometimes still caught her daughter playing with. There was the baseball bat she used to play Little League near the glove. She had a skateboard leaning against one corner. Near the closet, and within, there was the collection of Barbie dolls and subsequent accessories. Her daughter actually had a record player off to one side and a growing series of vinyl records and milk crates. Her daughter was wonderful and complex. She was a mix of sports, girly things, and coming teenage things. She was great at art, and examples of her work were taped up on the walls. Mary sat down on her daughter's bed. It felt so small. She grabbed one of the stuffed animals, a tiger, but found she couldn't remember the name Ashley had bestowed upon this one. She held it to her face and inhaled deeply. She could smell soap, shampoo, and probably sweat. Ashley had liked to sleep next to this one, sometimes using it by laying it beneath her head. Mary felt the tears come. They had come so many times in the last 3 weeks. When Ashley had first gone missing, she thought she would cry and never stop. She clutched the animal to her chest and rocked. More than anything, she wished Ashley was sleeping in the bed next to her. Mary had often peered in on her daughter's room while she slept, dreaming big dreams for what she might do with her life. The possibilities seemed so endless. Mary closed her eyes, and when she did, her mind suddenly filled with images of absolute darkness. The sensation of trying to run, but not being able to get anywhere, filled her imagination. Then there was the feeling of being grabbed, a million needles piercing her skin, followed by the feeling of losing some essence, some part of herself. Always wanting to leave, to find a way home, to escape, but unable to do so. She gasped, her eyes popped open. She felt something within her mind, something inserted there against her will. The room spun around her, and she felt dizzy. Mary tried to get to her feet, but found herself unable to do so. "Mom, I need you." The thought was printed in bright yellow against the blank wall in front of her. For a moment, she could see it all very clearly. Then the image faded. She heard a little girl crying in the room's corner, near the closet. When Mary turned her head, she clearly saw the image of Ashley sitting near the door, holding her stuffed animal to her face the way Mary had been holding the tiger. "Help me." The voice was that of the Ashley she knew. Little, 10 years old or younger. Not the woman the police had taken away. However, Mary knew this was the older woman reaching out to her somehow, reaching out into her mind from the hospital where she was being guarded. Mary stood up, the dizziness gone. She had to go visit this woman. She had to talk to her. Once she did, she would know. She wanted to go right now, but there would be no way of getting to the woman's room. She made her way back down the hall and climbed back into bed. She was certain she would not be able to sleep, but the moment her head hit the pillow, she was out. Tim bolted upright in bed. His heart hammered in his ribcage like some frightened bird in an enclosure. His head hurt too, and his entire body was covered in a glaze of cold sweat. The covers had been kicked to the floor. "Jesus," he whispered. He had had a nightmare, a truly horrible one this time. Dark, biting, draining, chasing him continually, always trying to leave, to get away. Then, just as he was sure he was going to die in the darkness, Ashley's face appeared. She grabbed him on both sides of his head and looked him straight in the eyes. I need your help, she said in a voice which was a mixture of the Ashley he knew and this older woman who claimed to be her. "Help me." This was when he snapped out of the deep sleep. The last remnants of the dream clung to him. He stood up and ran to the bathroom. He knelt down and gagged, dry heaving into the toilet for a bit. He did his best to do so quietly so his parents wouldn't wake up. When he was done, and sure he would not throw up all over the floor, he got up and drank several cups of cold water from the tap. He seemed endlessly thirsty. When he got back into bed, he was positive something would jump out of the shadows. He reached across his bed and turned on a light. His mother didn't like it when he slept with a light on. It wasted electricity, and it was for babies, but he felt better. Ashley needed him. or the woman claiming to be Ashley needed him. But he was a kid, and he couldn't do anything, could he? Then a thought revealed to him. Ashley's mom. Perhaps if he went to her, she might get them into her room. He settled back down against the pillows, settling his head down. He smiled. Tim felt better now with a plan in place. He was asleep moments later. That night, the young woman lay in bed, but she could not sleep. Her head felt as though it were on fire. She reached out with her mind, hoping to find her mother. Why she knew this was possible, she would not have been able to say. Her thoughts had been strange from the moment she dropped back into this world. The sudden onslaught of color and light had been her initial explanation, but it hadn't gone away. It was as if her skin itched all over. Her eyes burned. All of her dreams were of the void. Now it had gotten worse. From the moment she woke up this morning, she felt something different inside of her. She heard a voice inside her head, felt a strange sensation in her stomach. At some point during the afternoon, as the doctors took her blood and vitals, she suddenly had clarity about what had happened. Every time the dark thing had taken from her, it had left a little bit of itself within her. A little microscopic drop of its essence had been added to her. Over the years, this had built and built. Evil goes both ways, she whispered to the empty room. The thoughts in her head burned and created images which terrified her. She felt her mind reach out to her own mother. She needed her mother, but some part of her was telling her that her mother was a lie. Everything here was a lie. She needed to destroy it. Destroy her mother. Get the little boy, too. Tim. She remembered him so well. They had always been closer than she and Josh. In fact, she might have had a bit of a crush on Tim. She couldn't remember for certain. She reached out to him, too. She had never had these abilities before, but she felt the darkness inside of her, and her mind was open. The young woman got down from the bed and walked into the bathroom off to the right. She turned on the light and stared at herself in the mirror. She gasped. Tendrils of darkness squirmed around the whites of her eyes. They were like tiny black tentacles instead of the red blood vessels she expected. Then she saw something move beneath the skin on her face. She clutched at her cheek and suppressed a scream. She could not let the police guarding her know about this. They would lock her up for sure, perhaps down in a place almost as dark as the place she had escaped. The young woman choked back a sob. It did no good to cry. She wasn't even sure she could anymore. She had to reach out. She had to convince her friend and her mother to come. They had to believe her. If they could recognize her, they might be able to convince the detectives and then she could go home. If she could get home, things would be okay. If she was home, could make this world real, she might beat back the dark thing. She made her way back to her bed. When she climbed in, she pulled the covers up as high as her nose. The room was far too dark. The whispers in her head grew dim, but still there as she drifted off. What would you do if time itself had bent sideways and the world you knew turned upside down? Questions minus satisfactory answers when the night comes out. You've been listening to When the Night Comes Out, a weekly horror anthology podcast with stories by Brian W. Alaspa and narrated by Ali James. Music by Vivek Abhishek. For Brian's work, visit his website at brianwalaspa.com or visit Amazon.com for his books of fiction and nonfiction. Be sure to listen to Allie's work on Facebook at Allie James Projects. Visit our website at whenthenightcomesout.com to learn how to support us on Patreon. There's a moment when the sun disappears, when darkness falls and you're left with just your fears. That's the moment you feel your first pang of doubt. That's the moment when the night comes out. When the Night Comes Out presents The Cut-Through, Part 3. The time has come to learn the truth. Normally, the search for truth is a good thing, but it may also reveal a horror beyond imagining when the night comes out. Roy dragged a chair across the floor up to the conference room table. Matt was already there, and they had just had one of the most awkward talks with the chief either of them had ever experienced. Mostly because they had both decided, on their own, to lie. So, my young friend, what are we saying here? Roy asked once he had situated himself with a cup of coffee in his hands. The coffee sucked, but it was hot and gave him something to do with his hands. I should smack you upside the head for calling me that. Matt replied, and he took a drink from his can of Diet Coke. I was waiting for you to come up with a story in there. Something that makes some fucking sense. I've got nothing. Roy replied. I'm starting to believe she's who she says she is. How do we prove it? Well, the DNA test should tell us. Roy sighed. The question is, where does it leave us? With the entire universe on its head? Matt said. We need to consider the implications here, you're correct. Matt shuddered. Are we talking feds here? Roy shrugged. They'll probably look like feds. They'll call themselves feds, but they won't technically be with the FBI. Matt laughed. You going all conspiracy theory here? Men in Black? Yes, it's as good a name as any. They just won't be cute or funny like the movie. Matt slapped a hand on the table. Come on, we can't be serious here. You talked to her. Did she seem like she was lying? If so, what's the endgame? What would she be trying to accomplish with this? I don't think it's a con. I just think she's unstable. Crazy. I think she was driven to Crazy Town by someone. Roy's face twisted in a crooked smile. You don't believe it? Matt stood up, kicked away his chair so it skidded back against the wall. No, I don't. But what do you want from me? After you've eliminated all the possibilities, the impossible. Roy trailed off. But have we? Have we really eliminated all of the possibilities? I don't think so. We've followed every lead, Matt. We've interviewed dozens of persons of interest. What few clues there have been, we've followed them as far as they could lead us. It's only been 3 weeks. True, but what's your gut telling you? Matt paced back and forth. Same thing your gut's telling you, but what do we do with it? Maybe we help this girl get out of the hospital, Roy said. She wants to talk to her mother, her friend Tim. Maybe she should. If she is who she says she is, she's done nothing wrong.
Matt agreed. But what world does it leave us, Hoss? A world where a kid can vanish into some universe of live-in darkness? A world where she can vanish a 10-year-old, then come back a young woman in her 20s 3 weeks later?
I don't know where it leaves us. Right now, we just have to figure out what to do with the young woman in the hospital bed. Mary arrived at the hospital the next morning. She and John had had a huge blowout the hour before, mostly due to the fact John thought she was crazy. He had convinced himself there was no way this young woman was his daughter. He hadn't had any strange dreams he could remember. There had been no voices in his head. I think she might be Ashley, Mary pleaded. You are out of your mind. She's sick. She's crazy. I feel sorry for her, but there's no fucking way she's Ashley. Come on, Mary. You're clinging to this out of desperation. You have to start dealing with the fact Ashley might be dead. Mary slapped him across the face. The slap was harsh and loud in the silence of the living room. They had long ago stopped turning on the television. It was too easy to run into reports about Ashley on the news. John looked offended more than hurt. He held a hand up to his face. It's only been 3 weeks. Mary hissed through clenched teeth. This young woman has all of Ashley's scars and markings. How do you explain that? I don't know, Mary, John said. I just know it's impossible. The story she's telling is impossible. You can't cling to the impossible, Mary. We have to look at this rationally. We have to make plans.
I am not burying our daughter,
Mary said as tears flowed over her cheeks.
I am not ready for it. It's too early. I need to at least go talk to this woman. There might be things she knows only Ashley would know.
You're clinging, John repeated, his eyes red, and he looked so tired. You don't want to deal with reality.
And you want to give up. It's easier for you to give up. I will not give up. Not on Ashley.
She walked out at this point, and as the door slammed behind her, she wondered if there was any way to save the marriage. They had had issues in the past, but this thing with Ashley seemed to bring all of it and more to the surface. Mary pushed through the front door of the hospital. She had no idea if she'd be able to get past the guards at the room door. What would she say to them? She reached the floor moments later and turned down the hall. To her surprise, there were no cops on either side of the door. Seeing this, she moved quickly. Mary scooted down the hall and into the room in seconds.
Hello, Mom.
The voice was not her daughter's. It was a voice she would not have recognized at all if she had not spoken to her the other night when she collapsed on the porch. Mary spun around to see the young woman sitting in a chair near the window. Her hair had been washed since the night on the porch. She wore blue scrubs, but her feet were bare. The skin Mary could see was marked with short cuts which had left permanent white welts. Dozens of them just on her hands, arms, neck, ankles, and feet. Where are your guards? Mary asked. They were hungry. Went and got some breakfast. Mary walked into the room and sat down in the other chair, roughly 5 feet from the young woman. Her eyes drifted to the small scar above the young woman's eye. All the scars this woman had, and that one in particular, held Mary's attention. What else was there? The way she sat did remind her of Ashley, a little slouched, casual, one hand up to her chin. Eyes looking into her own, but often darting away to seek other things which had grabbed her attention. Did you have something to do with them suddenly getting hungry at the same time? Mary asked. An odd smile crossed the young woman's face, which was both reminiscent and entirely different from Ashley's smile. The young woman's head tilted down a bit, so her eyes stared up at Mary. Mary had the strange sensation of the gaze being predatory. As of last night, I discovered I can do a lot of things I couldn't when I was a little girl here. The woman said. I felt you in my head last night. I'm glad it worked. Who else did you call? The young woman sighed and stared at the door to her room. I expect him to show up sometime today. She replied. Mary nodded. So, how do I know you're really Ashley? How do I know anything you say is the truth? Well, you're my mother. The woman said. Ask me something. Ask me about something only I would know. Ashley stretched her arms over her head. She sighed. Mary watched this with a steady gaze, but inside she churned. Something about the movements were disturbing, as if something were inside this woman, barely contained, wanting to get out, perhaps lash out at her. Do you remember the vacations we used to take when you were little? Mary asked. Do you remember what we'd do? The woman who called herself Ashley laughed. We'd go to the same place every year. Your family had a cabin on a lake up in Wisconsin. We'd go there all the time. Mary confirmed. Do you remember what happened the time we visited when you were 6? The young woman's eyes grew distant. I think so. It was really hot that summer, right? Scorching. I spent so much time in the lake. Me and my cousins, Aunt Denise came with us. Your Uncle Mike, too. Mary added. She nodded. I remember. Was it the 4th of July when we all went to the lake? Mary nodded. Uncle Mike was grilling burgers. There was going to be a fireworks show. While Uncle Mike grilled more meat, the cousins and I went swimming. I was goofing around with Andy and Martha. Andy was holding Martha up on his shoulders, and I was trying to knock her off. She fell and landed right on me. Mary tried to show no emotion, give nothing away. However, in her mind, she could see the day clearly. The sky had been the sickly yellowish white it got when it was hot and humid in the depths of summer. Cicadas buzzed in the trees, shouting their calls for sex while the family grilled. She had been dimly aware of Ashley goofing around with her cousins and thinking it was risky. But they were kids, and kids did risky, crazy things all the time. Her knee hit my nose, and then her head hit mine. The young woman continued. There was a loud crack, you told me later, which was heard over the din of the picnic. She went down and came up with a bloody forehead. I was knocked out and didn't come up. The terror in Mary's heart when this happened had been absolute. It was the same terror she felt when Ashley vanished just 3 weeks ago. She could still see how Ashley's cousin popped up, in tears, head gushing, blood running down her face. The parents had all run toward the water, but soon stopped. Where was Ashley? As for me, I don't remember much. I remember things going black. I remember total pain. I was out for just a second, but it was enough for me to get caught in the commotion and pushed away from the shoreline. When I woke up, I was totally confused. I started thrashing around. The world around me was white water and foam, but I couldn't seem to find where the surface was. My feet wouldn't work right, and I couldn't get any purchase on the bottom of the lake. It felt like hours, but it was probably just a few seconds. Next thing I knew, there was a hand on my head, and it pulled me up by my hair. I stared into Dad's face a second later and burst into tears. John had nearly knocked over the barbecue grill when he ran into the water. Already, the parents of the cousins had run to them to help them out of the lake. For a few more frightening seconds, the surface of the water was calm, and Mary was sure her daughter would drown. Then there was frantic splashing, and Ashley's arms broke through the surface. John ran into the splashing and got her to the surface. He picked her up and held her in his arms. Somebody called an ambulance, Ashley said. My head was sore, but the bleeding stopped pretty fast. All of us were really no longer bleeding by the time the ambulance got there. Still, they packed us all up and took us to the hospital where the ER docs did those tests. They thought I might have had a mild concussion and weren't sure about cuz, so they kept us overnight. Surprisingly, the hospital wasn't very crowded, so they found a room where the two of us could be in it at the same time. We all watched the fireworks from the window, and then she and I built pillow forts and goofed around most of the night. Mary held John's hand while they watched the fireworks. She felt such relief, and he was her hero. When they got home later, she had jumped his bones in the backyard of the cabin. It was the only time she ever had sex outdoors and got mosquito bites all over her legs and back for the effort. A month or so later, you told me you were having another baby. Ashley continued. I was excited, but then a few weeks later, something happened. You lost the baby. We all lost the baby. Mary felt tears again. How was it possible to cry this much? She was only in her 30s. It should have been fine. But the doctor said these things happen. Something went wrong. She woke up bleeding, and the baby was gone. For years, she felt guilt for having told Ashley because she had been so excited to have a sister or brother. I told you it was okay, Ashley said. It wasn't your fault. These things happen. Mary locked eyes with this young woman. She stood up and got close to this woman's face until she was mere inches from her nose. There they were, the gold flecks in the eyes. Ashley? She asked quietly. It's me, the young woman replied. Mary couldn't help it. She flung her arms around the young woman. Ashley flung her arms around her, and they hugged tight. Mary started to cry, and she felt tears from Ashley, too. They sat this way for some time before the door to the room opened and startled them both. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I heard you in my head last night. Tim looked scared and all too young, standing in the doorway. He wore his nice school clothes, and the mother inside Mary immediately wanted to scold him for ditching. What are you doing here? She asked. Tim looked chastened. I ditched. I heard her voice in my head last night. She told me I needed to come here. I did, the young woman said, wiping away tears on her face. I called him, remember? I couldn't just sit there at school and concentrate on classes, Tim admitted with a shy smile. I had to know. Mrs. Dent, is she really Ashley? Mary smiled back and brushed hair out of her eyes. I think she is, Tim. I think she is. Tim needed nothing more concrete or decisive. He just ran to the bed, jumped onto it, and flung his arms around the young woman. She was nearly bowled over backwards into the wall. They both laughed. I missed you, Tim said. I thought I had done it. I thought it was all my fault. It wasn't, Ashley assured him. It wasn't. They finally parted and sat there for a moment looking at each other. Mary had so many questions they were crowded up in her brain. It turned out Tim had no such problem. Why are you so old now? He asked. Tim? Mary explained. No, it's okay, Mom, Ashley said with a sad smile. Tim, I got sucked into some other place, a dark place. Time moved differently there. So I thought I was gone for years, when back here it was just a few weeks. Tim thought about this for a moment. Did it feel like years to you? Ashley nodded gravely. I'm sorry, Tim answered, his voice choked with emotion. He hugged her again, and she hugged him back. Mary watched all of this unfold. Tim and Ashley had always been so close. She knew Tim had a bit of a crush on her, as much of one as a kid his age could have, anyway. Ashley would never admit to having any feelings for Tim. The thought of romance was still repulsive to her. At least, it was to the girl who had disappeared 3 weeks ago. What desires or needs did this fully adult woman have? Mary wasn't prepared for a daughter who was dating. One step at a time, she told herself. Get her home first. Mary tilted her head to the side. John called this her thinkin' pose. When she puzzled over something, the head went on its tilt like a dog listening to an odd sound. She studied Ashley's face, especially her eyes. Mostly, they were closed as she hugged him. But when they opened, she could see the gold flecks, sure. But was there something else? An unsettling feeling clenched in her gut. What was it? She watched again more closely. Something in the eyes. Something behind the iris and the gold flecks, as if a shadow passed over Ashley, except the shadow was inside of her. Did the darkness hurt you? Tim asked, as if reading Mary's mind. It did. It fed off me, absorbed something from me. Somehow it kept me alive, but it mostly drained me. Tim's eyes boggled at the thought. How'd you get back? Ashley shrugged. I'm not really sure. It was dark, and I searched for the light, but I never could find it. Then one day, there it was. I ran for it and ended up on the path. The cut-through, Tim said. Ashley nodded. Yes, the cut-through. I landed there in the grass. When I got to my feet, I just ran home. Tim seemed to have no more questions for the moment. Ashley looked at him for a bit, then turned her head to take in her mom. Mary nearly gasped. For a moment, her eyes were totally black. No color, no gold. Then it was gone. Once more like a shadow. Mary suddenly thought about mosquitoes. She could picture it clear as day, as if one the size of a dog were in the room. The skinny body, tiny wings, gangly legs. Then the part which pierced the skin to drink blood. The proboscis, she thought it was called. Why was she thinking about mosquitoes? And were her thoughts her own right now? Ashley had said she put thoughts in their heads last night. There was something about mosquitoes, something she needed to know, something to understand. It fell from the front of her mind, tumbled to the back somewhere. She just looked at this woman who was somehow her daughter. What did any of this mean? What happens next? Tim asked. That's a very good question. The voice came from the door and was loud enough Mary yelped in surprise. When she turned around, the 2 detectives were walking into the room. Mary thought the older one looked tired. Good morning, everyone, the detective said, removing a battered fedora from his head like a detective out of a movie from the 40s. I see we're all here. Even you, Tim. Tim looked stricken. I'm sorry, officer. I had to come see Ashley. The detective sat in a chair at the far end of the room. The younger detective stepped inside and leaned against the door. You can call me Roy. The detective, Roy, said. You're calling her Ashley, I see. Are you convinced, Tim? She's legit? Tim looked from the detective to Ashley, then back again. Yes, he said. Roy nodded slowly. What makes you say that? Tim just shrugged. She just is. I've talked to her. She sounds like Ashley. She hugs like Ashley. She has the same eyes, too. Roy played with his hat, which rested on his knee. What about you, Mrs. Dent? Mary was shocked to hear her name. I'm not sure what to think. Detective Roy? She knows things only my daughter would know. What about you, Detective Dreyfus? The younger man shifted his feet and didn't look at any of them. I don't know what to think. Look, guys, we've talked about this, and we've come to believe there are possibilities that we can never comprehend. At the same time, what this woman is telling us is impossible. You're afraid, Ashley added. I'm afraid too. I spent decades being afraid where I was, but you're all afraid what this will do to you, to the world. Suddenly, there aren't just other worlds, but people can vanish into them. In those worlds, there are monsters. The darkness humans have always been afraid of actually is dangerous, and it can bite us. Roy nodded slowly, then clapped his hands. She's right. So, the question comes back around to, what do we do about Ashley? Do we let you go? And if we do you go home with Mary? Will you write your story, sell it to a magazine or some podcast? What do we do about the investigation into a vanished little girl? The silence fell hard. For the first time, Mary realized the full implications of everything. She wondered if Tim understood. Ashley should come home, Mary said. She belongs at home. Roy cocked his head to the side. Does your husband feel the same way? What was the point in lying? John has doubts. Roy laughed. As do I. I think we all do. The question is, how bad are the doubts? Is he the type to start calling the news stations? Is CBS going to be parked outside your house by tomorrow? Mary shook her head. No, I think the last thing he wants is publicity. Matt looked up from his shoes for the first time. There was a quiet confidence in his demeanor. He was young, but he had the attitude of someone who had seen a lot. What you thinking here, Haas? The younger detective asked. I'm thinking we're running out of reasons to hold this woman any longer. Roy pointed at the bed. Ashley had just sat there for some time now, clutching the thin hospital pillow to her chest. What are we going to do, Matt? Arrest her? For what? She hasn't done anything except appear. Out of nowhere, Matt added. Maybe true, Roy agreed, but doing so is not a crime. What about the case? Matt asked. I mean, do we close out the Ashley Dent case? Roy thought about this for a long time before slowly shaking his head back and forth. No, we keep it open. We keep accepting tips, maybe even do some investigating. Every few years, we'll need to get in front of the cameras again, do an update. We'll tell people we're still looking for her. Mrs. Dent, you and your husband will come out and be the grieving parents again. The rest of the world, hopefully, will think Ashley Dent just vanished, never to be seen again. Mary watched the detective lift his tired eyes and lock onto Ashley's. You think you can handle this, Ashley? Roy asked. Ashley nodded slowly. I think so. You'll have to come up with a story, Mrs. Dent. Roy continued. Basically, we're talking about witness protection type stuff here. New identity. I don't know what the story will be that you want to come up with. A long-lost niece or sister or something. Something believable. But you can never tell anyone outside of this room who she really is. Now, Roy focused his laser-like gaze on Tim. Tim, do you understand what I'm saying? He asked. Tim nodded. No one would believe us, the boy said. We'd have to tell the world she was someone else. Somebody else. You can be Ashley and Tim when it's just you two, but nowhere else. Even your friend Josh can't know. That's a lot to ask of a boy as young as you, Tim. I apologize for putting this much weight on your shoulders. I can handle it, Tim said and smiled. Detective Dreyfus, what about you? The young man finally stopped holding up the wall and walked into the room, over to the window, where he stared out for a time. Finally, he turned back around. This is shit I never trained for, he said. Sorry for the language, Tim, but this is beyond just finding a killer or a lost kid. I don't even know how to start wrapping my mind around this. But I don't want to be the lunatic out there, running around talking about monsters or alternate realities. I'll play my part, Roy. I'll keep things quiet. I don't see much of a choice. The implications of letting this get out are big, Roy added. I already told you why, but I can't stress this enough. They all grew quiet again. What now? Mary asked. We have a few things to wrap up here, Roy said. Matt and I will do what we can with our reports. We'll make a note about the strange woman who was not Ashley, who claimed to be. It should send the conspiracy theorists into spasms, but there's nothing we can do about it. If you can convince your husband, then Ashley can go home with you. Mary smiled. Her heart leaped in her chest like a bird in a cage. Thank you, she said. Don't thank me, Roy said. I can talk a good game, but I have no idea if any of this is real. My entire world and how I view it is upended if I admit any of this is real. However, everything I have and everything I've done tells me this is Ashley. Roy reached into his jacket pocket and produced a yellow envelope. I called in every favor I could to get this as fast as I did, he said. I pulled every string I knew to pull, so I got the DNA results back this morning. It's the entire reason I was late getting here. Mary noticed the top of the envelope had been ripped open. He had already reviewed the results. Ashley, like all the kids at her school, had their DNA entered into a database when they were in first grade. He said, we were able to compare the two. They're a match. There was a gasp from everyone in the room save for Ashley. Rory continued. So, I have to admit, this is what it is. I don't understand it. I'm not sure I want to. However, I plan on telling myself the story I just outlined enough I eventually believe it. They talked for a bit more, and Mary had a hard time hiding her excitement. However, when she finally stood up to leave, she asked Roy if she could speak to him in private. There was still something nagging at her. Something at the base of her skull itching inside her brain. While Tim and Ashley chatted away in the room, and Matt Dreyfus sat in the same chair he had slept in the night before, Roy and Mary stepped into the hallway. She wasn't sure what to ask him, but she still could not shake the image in her head. Detective Roy, this is going to sound like an odd question, she said. Nothing about this case has been anything but odd, he said. What's nagging at you? Do you know anything about mosquitoes? She asked. Roy's eyes widened. Well, you actually did manage to ask me something so odd I'm a bit taken back. I know a little, probably as much as anyone who isn't an entomologist. Why? Mary shook her head. I don't know. Something about Ashley. Something about this whole thing. You know, she reached out to us somehow last night. To me and Tim. I don't know how that could be either, but I'm telling you, it's true. Ever since, I keep thinking about mosquitoes. Something about them, but I can't put my finger on it. Do you know why I might be thinking about them? Roy smiled. The mind plays strange tricks on us. I don't know, Mary. I wish I did, but I'm sure it's nothing. Now get out of here, go home, and try to convince your husband this is the right thing to do. I think that's going to be the hardest task for you yet. Mary agreed, but something still nagged at her. Roy watched Mary walk away. He stepped back and down to the far end of the hall. The world outside was just going on in a normal way, unaware of what had happened, unaware how reality was all just, illusion? A lie? Roy had no clue, and he had yet to decide how to process this entire thing. Mosquitoes, he said and laughed. And yet, now it nagged at him too. Something. What was it? Roy and Matt sat at the hospital cafeteria table with cups of coffee rapidly cooling in front of them. They had talked little since the discussion in the hospital room. Matt scowled at Roy from time to time. "I wish you'd told me about the DNA results," he said at last. "I went in there blind." "I needed to tell everybody at the same time," Roy explained, taking a sip from the coffee cup. "You have an overinflated sense of the dramatic," Matt objected. "You want the entire family in the room and be able to do a rundown of the entire case in front of them, like something out of an Agatha Christie novel." Roy sipped again. "Maybe. I just didn't want to tip my hand. I also wanted to ask them and you what everyone was thinking. If there were any doubts, even one, I might ask for the test to be run again. I might have kept it all to myself." "Then what? What would have happened to that woman?" "She'd probably end up in an asylum somewhere," Roy explained. "For a while. After, she might have been placed in a home somewhere. With enough therapy, she might have come to accept she wasn't Ashley, and none of what she said happened really transpired." "Shitty. Would have been a shitty thing to do." "If you haven't learned life just works that way yet, I can't help you. You want more coffee? The last thing I want to do right now is go back to the office and start filing in reports." "Lying." Matt spat. "Yeah. I'll take another cup." Roy headed back over to the coffee and poured themselves 2 more cups. For hospital coffee, the stuff wasn't too bad. There were cops who made special trips to the hospital to get cups of this stuff. Cheap and tasty. Better than the shit at the station. He kept his mind occupied with thinking about coffee, because everything else he thought about frustrated him. Plus, he was now thinking endlessly about mosquitoes. As he added cream and sugar, he ran over what he knew about the goddamn insects. They were small, they were shitty flyers, they drank blood. The females were the one who drank blood so they could produce eggs. Females laid eggs in water, and it had to be still water. Some fish ate the eggs, some the larvae. Even small puddles of water could hatch the eggs. End of knowledge base. What was he missing? Fuck. He mumbled and headed back to the table. "Hey, Matt, do you know anything about mosquitoes?" Matt sipped at his coffee and laughed, choking a bit. "What?" "It was something Mary asked me about," Roy stated as he sat back down, stirring his coffee absently. "Why would she ask you about that?" Matt asked. "I don't know. She said it was something nagging her. Something which had been nagging at her since Ashley showed up." Matt sipped for a bit, his brow furrowed in thought. "They drink blood and their fucking bites itch. I don't know. You think it's important?" "I don't know. Has anything about this case made any sense yet?" Point taken." They sat in silence for a while before deciding it was time to head back to the office. The paperwork was going to have to come at some point. John did not like the idea. Of course he didn't. Mary knew he wouldn't. "This is not happening," he said. "It is happening, John," Mary replied, her jaw set, teeth clenched. "It's happening, and there's not a fucking thing you can do about it. The detective said the DNA test proves she's who she says she is." "Then the fucking tests are wrong," John protested. "God damn it, I'm not having a crazy woman living in my house. And if you think I won't go to the media or a lawyer if the cops make us take her, then you've got another thing coming." Mary got into his face. "You do any of that and you're out of this fucking house. This house is in my name, remember? This is my home, not yours. I make my own money and I will do what I want with it. If that means kicking you out and slapping you with lawsuits to shut you up, I will." John protested, but she had him. Yes, they lived well on their combined salary, but he knew she made enough to survive just fine on her own. Eventually, he just sat down in the living room to watch television and sulk. Mary stayed in the dining room, her entire body vibrating with anger. Although something still nagged at her thoughts, she was excited for Ashley to return. Her daughter was coming home, and there was a lot to catch up on. What had Ashley been through? Yes, she knew the high-level details, but what was it really like where she was? There had to have been more than darkness. It was a nightmare. Ashley would be traumatized. Mary was prepared to send her to therapy for as long as it took to get her well again. With love and dedication, which Mary felt she had in abundance, they would find a way out of the darkness entirely. Mary tapped at her tablet. She looked up therapists. Then she started looking at houses for sale, because the other thing she thought would need to happen is they would have to move away, far from the weird path where she had vanished. It made Mary uneasy. Life was going to get better. It would be a long road, but things would get better. Mary was sure of it. John would come around. Ashley would become herself again, and they would try to make up for her lost childhood. This would become a memory, a nightmare, but one forgotten. Tim spent the day away from school. More than likely, they would call his parents. He was going to be in trouble, but he didn't care. He felt like a part of something much bigger than himself. How did he feel about all of this? It was a lot to grapple with. How did a kid his age deal with the fact that there were alternate dimensions? It was cool, but Ashley's descriptions of things in the other world were terrifying. Then there was the stuff Ashley was able to do with her mind. How the heck had she been able to reach out to him in his thoughts and dreams? Of course, just dealing with a grown-up Ashley was weird. Yes, he had had a crush on the younger version before she vanished. The feelings back then, when she was a young girl, were confusing. Now she was an adult, and she was beautiful, despite the haunted look in her eyes. What did he do now? How did he handle his feelings? Tim headed into the downtown area of the suburb he called home. He didn't think anyone down here would know his parents. This was the wrong move. Given Ashley's disappearance, his parents were going to freak out. Still, there was a phrase his grandmother had used once which seemed to make sense here. It was easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission. He walked around a few of the stores. He got ice cream at the shop. Outside, younger kids ran around playing in the parks, and their parents looked on. Some of the parents chatted with other parents. The sun was bright and the day was warm. It was a perfect day for not going to school. Tim longed for the day he was one of the kids there running around, oblivious to the world around him. He hadn't been that way for very long. His parents found him watching the news with them, actually paying attention, when he was quite young. They worried about it, but his father said he needed to learn how the world worked at some point. Except now he knew more than his parents. He knew the world worked in ways no one had ever talked about outside of comic books or movies. There were other worlds, and they were right nearby. Tim extended his hand away from his body, palm flat. Was there another world right here, just beyond his vision? Were there times when thin spots passed right past the ice cream store? Were there thin spots downtown? Tim had always had an interest in the weird stories of strange, mysterious creatures, cryptids, they were called. He thought about the recent spate of sightings of the Mothman in the region. Then there was Sasquatch and the Loch Ness Monster across the ocean. On and on it went. What if those things were just creatures who sometimes slipped through into this world from nearby realities? He felt nothing against his palm. No energy, no signals from another world. Just warm air and a slight breeze. He realized he must look silly with his hand out, so he put it back down. He had to go home. If he didn't, the police would be out looking for him soon. It was a nice thought that he could spend the entire day wandering around, but it wasn't realistic. Even if he had just learned the amazing secrets of the universe, he'd still be in trouble. No one cared when you were a kid. Tossing the last of his melting ice cream into the garbage, Tim began the trudge back home. Ashley closed her eyes and began the mantra she had been reciting to herself for almost 24 hours now. Please go away, please go away, please go away. She alternated this with another phrase. Please let me stay me, please let me stay me. Inside her mind, her thoughts were terrifying. Which thoughts were her own and which were from the thing in the other dimension, she couldn't tell. It was getting harder and harder to differentiate. Thoughts of murder and blood filled her brain and lurked just behind her eyes. Beyond that was darkness. Endless darkness. Please, 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 she whispered, her fingers clutching the sheets. The door opened, and the handsome doctor who had been attending to her for the past day walked in. He always smiled, and he was smiling now, holding a tablet in one hand instead of the clipboard she had expected. "Hello there," he said. "How are you feeling?" Ashley pushed the dark thoughts away. The moment the doctor stepped into the room, her first thought was, kill him. This was immediately followed by images of stabbing him in the neck with a scalpel. She could see his eyes grow wide in shock and feel the warm blood spurt into her face while washing over her hands. In her mind, she could hear him gagging and gurgling on his own blood. Then, the moment he spoke, all of it vanished. "I'm doing okay," she said, and returned the smile. The doctor sat on the edge of her bed and put a hand on her ankle. "There is technically nothing medically wrong with you right now, which requires you to stay in the hospital," he said, but his face had now become sober. "There are wounds all over your body from something like needles. Something has bitten you or jabbed at you. Despite this, you show no signs of significant blood loss." Yeah, she thought, because the thing in the dark didn't want blood. It just drained her life energy. The pain from the needles just seemed to make her life energy more appealing. "You've no broken bones, but a lot of bruises," the doctor continued. "You're malnourished, but this is fixable. I'm going to set you up with a dietitian who can help you get on a plan to put on some weight. I'll give you a name, and then you have to follow up. I want you to see Jenny. She'll get you set." "Okay," Ashley said, but her mind was thinking about how good it would feel to wrap her hands around this man's throat. She would feel the pulse in his neck as she pressed against it, causing it to slow, until it stopped. "I have to be blunt with you," he said, all traces of the smile he had gone now. "You show serious signs of PTSD and probably other psychological wounds. I need you to take them seriously. I want you to start seeing a psychiatrist and perhaps get on medication. At the very least, you need to start talking to someone about the trauma you've been through." "Okay," she said out loud, but in her mind, she was thinking if she had a gun, she could shoot this man in the head. His brains would fly out the back of his skull to paint the walls. If she had a big enough gun, if she could get close enough. Please stop, she thought. "I understand Mrs. Dent has agreed to take you in," the doctor said. "She's a very generous woman. I'm fine with releasing you to her, and I'm going to make sure she has all the details I just explained. I want her to help you get the assistance you need." He smiled, and Ashley noticed he had even white teeth. Not a smoker here. It was a handsome smile, but she also thought about how she could find a way to wear those teeth around her neck. Perhaps earrings. She could cut them out of his jaw while he was still alive. He'd choke to death on his own blood. Please stop. Please stop. So, do you have questions for me? He asked. Do you have medications for me? She asked. In her mind, she was shouting over the voices inside her brain. Her own voice came out quiet and steady. I have a couple of prescriptions, he admitted. Follow the instructions on the bottle. I have one to help you sleep. I think you've been through a lot. You might have some trouble sleeping, but be careful with it. I will, she said. Nothing else, not now. I just want to get out of here. I understand, the doctor said. I also talked to the detectives. They said there's no reason to hold you here. Your guard is gone. However, Detective Brody said he'd like you to stay in town in case they have further questions. They really would like to find the person who did this to you. Ashley couldn't suppress a smile. If only such a thing were possible. The person who did this to her wasn't really a person, and it was still doing things to her. It was inside of her, just waiting for the moment she was in this world. Once she jumped through the portal, it activated, and now she felt it coursing through her veins, cold and unfeeling, trying to make her the same way. I have no plans to go anywhere, she said. I wish you well then, he said and shook her hand. Thank you for being a model patient, Ashley. The name fell on her like a lead weight. She had arrived here as Ashley, a broken, battered version, but still her. She wasn't so sure who or what she was anymore. Thank you, she said and shook his hand back. Inside, she wondered what it would be like to rip his arm off at the socket. Roy got home and cracked open a beer. Then he decided he needed more, so he poured himself a shot of cheap whiskey as a chaser. He took both drinks into the living room of his 3-room apartment and sat down in the worn, dusty, green easy chair. Once situated, he downed the shot, then sipped his beer. Rory found his TV remote and turned on the flat screen. He flipped channels until he found an old movie. Try as he might, he couldn't focus on the story. He knew the movie by heart, but how the hell did you go back to normal when the world no longer made sense? Fuck. He cursed and stood up. Roy paced around the small room, got another shot of whiskey, downed it, then poured another. He added ice to this one and strolled to the tank at the far end of the living room. The fish turned and swam, turned and swam. Lucky bastards, he whispered. This was their entire world, he mused. The fish knew nothing beyond the walls of the tank. He fed them and watched as the fish ate for a bit. Frustrated, he walked to the corner where a dusty, paper-covered desk sat. He powered up the laptop. First, he checked his email, then opened a search engine. Alternate reality. The screen filled with websites. Unsure which one might have something helpful, he picked the first entry. A moment later, he was reading a blog article with lots of stories, but little to no evidence. The same happened with the next site, then the next. There was nothing of value. A few articles said there were scientists out there who took the idea of alternate dimensions and realities seriously. Studies were being done, maybe, or it was all rumor. There was little to no proof of anything. Bullshit, he said. There was nothing. Lots of guesses, a few theories, no evidence, conspiracies. It amounted to zilch. No mentions of darkness, nothing about monsters. He searched haunted houses, ghosts, demons. Roy searched about Bigfoot, then the Loch Ness Monster. Roy had never been a believer in any of these things. From the time he was young, evidence he could see, smell, touch was all that mattered. He didn't trust ancient books of uncertain origin. He didn't trust preachers who spoke about not judging while doing nothing but the rest of the time. He didn't believe in aliens or UFOs. Haunted houses were just old buildings and overactive imaginations. Yet here he sat in a world where he had just admitted a missing girl had reappeared as a 20-something from some alternate world, a place of darkness which was alive and fed off of her. Like a mosquito. He muttered and took another long swallow of the whiskey. Mosquitoes. Curious, he did a search for the tiny insects. He was surprised to see they were considered the deadliest creatures on the planet. The number of fatal diseases attributed to mosquito bites was as long as his arm. It was all fascinating, but he couldn't connect any dots. He read a bit more about mosquitoes and disease before determining he was suitably freaked out now and should go to bed. And yet, something nagged, as if an answer had been presented to him, but he had missed it. This fucking case. He whispered and decided it was time to give the easy chair another try. He sat down, extended the footrest. Rory leaned back and closed his eyes. He felt sleep rushing toward him like a speeding train, and he prepared to embrace it. Just as he was about to, something inside his mind clicked. "What the fuck?" he said. Suddenly, he was awake and headed for the laptop again. Hours before Rory started his internet search, Ashley arrived home as the sun was moving down behind the houses and trees in the west. Mary was astonished at the beauty of it when she pulled into the driveway, and the young woman stepped out of the car, then into the house. Mary went in first, so when she turned around, all she saw was the blazing sunset of oranges, yellows, and pink surrounding the woman she had come to think of as her daughter. Ashley was nervous stepping into the house. It was like seeing an animal trying to take its first steps, all wobbly and uncertain. John was there too, of course, standing off to one side in the living room. His arms were folded, and a scowl plastered across his face easily displayed his every emotion. Mary did her best to keep Ashley's attention focused on her. "Welcome home," she confided. Ashley smiled, and there were tears in her eyes. "Thanks. It's great to be back." John snorted in the corner. "John, please be nice," Mary admonished. "Don't worry about him, Mom," Ashley said. "I understand. None of this makes a lot of sense." "None of this makes any goddamn sense," John retorted. "If you're just gonna stand there and make unkind comments or criticize, then get out of here," Mary snapped. John opened his mouth to protest, but the flash of anger from Mary snapped his mouth shut. He grumbled something under his breath and walked off to the living room. A moment later, the television blared much louder than normal. "Sorry," Ashley said, looking timid. "Why are you sorry?" Mary asked. "You shouldn't be mad at him," Ashley declared, heading to the chair at the kitchen island. "This is hard to believe. He won't even consider the possibility," Mary said, getting drinks from the fridge. Lemonade, Ashley's favorite. "Despite the DNA, he won't believe." "Why do you?" she asked, then drank a long gulp from the lemonade. "I go by what the evidence shows me," Mary replied. "You can't fake the gold in the eyes or the birthmark. The scar above your eye is right where it should be. You add in the DNA test, and to me, that's everything." Ashley's eyes seemed to darken for a moment. The feeling of shadows within her eyes occurred to her mother yet again. Mary even turned around to see if a car had passed, perhaps the headlights creating strange shadows and shapes. All was quiet. When she turned back around, everything was as it should be. "Do you believe my story?" Ashley asked. I don't know what to believe, Ash. I don't understand any of this. I keep expecting to wake up in my bed and find out this is all a dream. I keep waiting to find out you're still gone. Me too, Ashley said quietly. None of this seems real. I've always believed the things my eyes can see. I never believed in ghosts or aliens or even gods and demons. I figured all of those things were people's own minds playing tricks on them. Then suddenly, I see you. I cannot deny you appear at least 10 years older than you were when you vanished. Here, you vanished 3 weeks ago. Judging by your other scars and the things you say, you've been in some other world for decades. I wish I understood it, Mom. I wish for it very much. What was it like? Really, tell me. Ashley sighed and drained another large gulp from her glass. I don't know how else to express it except for what I've already said. There was a strange, dark place, and there was ground beneath my feet, but I couldn't see it very well. My eyes adapted to the dark, but there wasn't much there in this other world. Things would grab me. I never got a good look at what it was. I would just feel a lot of arms around me. Then there would be intense, burning pain all over my body. I'd feel drained, then just drop to the ground. But despite this, I never had to eat. I was not given food or water. I don't know why. Mosquitoes, Mary thought again, but shook her head. No time for nonsense thoughts right now. This was all hard enough to believe without it. Sometimes there would be light, Ashley continued. I could see it like suns popping up around me, but always far away. They were high in the air, although distance and height was hard to determine. Then one day, the light happened very close to me. I just ran for it. I figured it had to be better than where I was. If it was a sun, then I'd just burn up. If it led somewhere else, it had to be better. Mary pondered for a moment. You came through from a place in constant darkness into a place of light. Something like that would have made an average person blind. You didn't seem to have any trouble. Ashley shrugged. I don't have an answer. I do, Mary thought, but I still can't put a finger on it. Ashley finished her lemonade with another long gulp. She smacked her lips and looked around the kitchen. After a moment, as if considering many things, she looked back to Mary. I'm very tired, Mom, she said. I think I need to go to my room, lay down. Are you sure you want to sleep in your old room? Everything seems sort of small now. Ashley smiled. It'll be fine for a few nights. We can get a bigger bed later. She stood up, walked around the table, kissed Mary on the cheek. Good night, she said. Without pause, she walked through the kitchen and up the stairs. All in all, Mary managed to hold it together pretty well until that moment. Once Ashley's bedroom door closed, however, she put her head in her hands and wept. Ashley stepped into her room, and the door closed behind her. She leaned against it, her eyes closed. Inside, she beheld images of stabbing her mother with one of the knives she spotted in the butcher's block on the kitchen counter. When she opened her eyes, she saw the room of a child. The small bed, the mix of odd posters on the wall combining elements of boy bands with punk rock bands. It was the room of a girl about to become a teenager. Stop, she whispered. Stop, please stop. She walked further into her room and looked down at her arms. Her hands and arms shook, and she saw dark lines grow, then shrink beneath the skin. Inside her head, the anger raged, and she saw oceans of blood, Planets made entirely out of mangled bodies compressed together into celestial bodies the size of Jupiter. Stop, 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 stop. She said over and over, collapsed next to the bed. She clasped her hands together as if praying, but she just pleaded to the empty air. She pleaded against the images and thoughts assaulting her mind. I just got back, she thought, and I can feel myself slipping away. I can feel my mind going. No, please stop, she pleaded. She had come so far. Here she was, all these years later, and finally she had found her way back. She knew this was her room. She recognized the smells and the sheets from the soap and shampoo she used. When she stared at Mary, she knew she was her mother. Yet none of it felt real. When she had been in the other place, she sometimes did fall asleep. When she did so, she would dream about her mother. She would dream about home. Ashley could reach out and touch her mother's face in these dreams. Was this all just a dream? Like so much vapor or smoke? She was afraid she would wake up. More than anything, she was afraid something was within her. Perhaps the darkness from the other world was inside of her, pushing her aside, killing off the part of her which was still Ashley. No, she said. Please. Then suddenly, she felt something deep within her. Her entire body stiffened, and she fell away from the bed as if electrocuted. Ashley's teeth clamped shut, and her eyes went wide. Spittle flew from her lips and down her chin. It was like being punched in the stomach, the burning, searing pain expanding from her center. No, she pleaded through clenched teeth, and her back arched. Her spine cracked as she bent backwards until her head was on the floor and her feet flat on the ground. Then her entire body was flung sideways, and she tumbled end over end until she was near the door. With one shaking hand, she reached for the doorknob, but then she was flung away again, back toward the bed. She wanted to scream, but her throat closed and her teeth clenched tighter. Inside her mind, Ashley held on by the tips of her fingers. Mentally, she felt herself slipping away. Around her, the light faded, and she knew she would never have the power to hold on. Tears streamed from her eyes and down her face. Her body stiffened again. Then she was gone, and something else took her place. Time seemed to speed up once Rory felt the penny drop. He shot out of bed and called Matt. The young detective was wide awake and said he'd be over quickly. Rory told him no, he was to head to the dents, fast.
Jesus, aren't we done with them?
Matt asked. I think they're in danger. Maybe Tim, too. Rory said, throwing on clothes as he tried to get dressed while balancing the phone.
All right, I'm going.
Matt said, and he heard keys jangling in the back.
Care to tell me why you've reached this conclusion?
The goddamn mosquito thing. Roy headed for the door.
Okay, now you've got to tell me, old man.
Shut up and listen. Mosquitoes are the deadliest creatures on Earth. They kill thousands around the world every year.
Yeah, they carry all kinds of diseases, right?
Roy was out the door, and the sounds of the street hit him. No, they're called vectors. That means they can pick up and carry viruses and disease, then transmit it to warm-blooded animals. Roy heard a car door slam and an engine start.
This is not convincing me, crazy man.
People think the blood mosquitoes drink does it, but that's not how it works. Mosquitoes drink blood and can pick up a virus like West Nile or malaria. They become infected like everything else. See, what transmits the disease isn't blood. Mosquitoes inject saliva when they pierce the skin. The saliva has a mild anesthetic so the person being bitten doesn't feel it, and an anticoagulant so the blood will flow. It's the saliva which causes the itching and red bump. It's the saliva which carries the disease. Matt made a sound indicating he was listening.
think I almost got it?
So it feeds, but it leaves something behind, something inside the person. It takes something and leaves something which can infect the host.
Jesus.
Roy started his car. Whatever the thing that was feeding on Ashley left some of itself in her each time, something which activated when she came back through. Roy heard a tire squeal on the other end of the phone.
Christ, I hope you're wrong, Roy.
Me too, but I don't think I am. Mary felt it too. Roy sped off into the night. He reached over and grabbed the bubble light. He flicked it on and stuck it to the roof. He had a sinking feeling time was running out. The house was dark when Mary decided it might be time to head to bed. Her insides vibrated with excitement, and she didn't think sleep would come easy. Her daughter was home. The phrase rolled around and around inside her head. It alternated between comforting her and terrifying her. Her daughter was home, but she was all grown up. Grown up 3 weeks after she vanished as a child. Her life made no more sense. Her entire view of reality was suddenly different. Mary was determined, however, to make things work. God damn it, she was going to deal with things and connect with her daughter again. At the same time, she was so angry about missing out on so much of her daughter growing up. All of these emotions bunched up inside of her head. How would she ever sleep again? Mary shuddered as she wiped out the glasses from which lemonade had been consumed a while ago. She looked up and to her left through the sliding glass door. The darkness pressed against the glass. She saw the reflection of everything within the living room and interior of the house reflected back at her. Something moved in the upper corner of the glass. The very top of the door reflected back the stairs which led to the landing upstairs. Someone had moved. "John?" she asked. No response. Odd. How was she going to fix things with him, too? There was another problem to keep her up for nights on end. How was she going to spend the rest of her life keeping this secret? "John, are you up there?" she asked, speaking a little bit louder, but not wanting to shout. She heard a creak on the top step. "Ash?" Silence. Mary put the glasses in the sink and walked across the living room. She tiptoed past the leather chair, up the 2 steps which led to the front door. She hooked a left and then another so she could stare straight up the staircase to the 2nd floor. Nothing. The landing and hallway up there were pitch black. "Hello?" Curious, but with goosebumps all over her arms, Mary climbed. Ashley opened her eyes, and the world looked very different than it had a moment ago. She peered around the room she had known so well, and nothing about it was familiar anymore. She felt cold, but not in a bad way. Emotionless might have been a better term. What use did she have for emotions? What use did anyone? She felt alive for the first time. Strong. The world was darker, drained of color. None of this was real. None of this mattered. She could wipe it all away like game pieces off a chessboard. Ashley shuffled across her bedroom and opened the door quietly. She could hear her mother downstairs, moving around, clinking glasses. She didn't want to deal with her yet. Ashley turned right and moved softly, almost floating, toward the bedroom at the far end. Her father had stormed in there, slamming the door half an hour earlier. When she reached the door, she turned the knob quietly. The room was dark, but she found she could see anyway. Objects around her gave a soft glow in the gloom. She saw the lump in the bed, rising and falling with the sound of deep breathing. John was fast asleep. She crept into the room and walked around the end of the bed. Her eyes remained locked on the sleeping form, listening to the breathing. Then she turned her attention to the table to her right. It was pressed against the wall, with a mirror reflecting her strange, darkened reflection back at her. It was supposed to be a makeup table, but it appeared Mary used it for some kind of crafting or scrapbooking. There were photo albums and bits of paper. Her eyes fell upon the sliver of metal on the left side, the sliver of metal with the sharp point on the end. She reached down and picked up the cool metal object, held it up to her face. Exacto, she thought. With one finger, she touched the pointed end. A tiny bit of blood formed on the tip of her index finger. Then she slid the finger down the blade edge. Ashley felt a slight twinge of pain from the blade parting the skin. More blood flowed. She put the fingertip in her mouth and tasted the blood. It was good. John made an odd noise in his sleep, and she turned around to face him. She felt strong. She felt cold. She felt like this world was hers for the taking. This world which felt unreal and fake. Inside her, it felt as though her blood had been turned into worms, slithering and crawling over each other beneath her flesh. She thought back to being within the darkness, how it would reach out and grab her, enfold her within itself. The coldness would envelop her completely, then there would be the all-over burning sensation. At first she would feel drained, then she would feel energized.
Kill him. He is not real.
Her feet light on the floor, she twirled the blade between her fingertips with both hands. Slowly, she walked around to the side of the bed. The blankets and comforter rose and fell, rose and fell. These fake creatures with their fragile shells liked to pretend they were so strong, so hard. They were not. They could be destroyed so easily. An entire world filled with these humans on which to feed, to destroy. So many could be annihilated easily, even with a blade as small as the one she held in her hand. He didn't believe in her. Ashley had heard him yelling about her being fake. She wasn't fake. The world she had come from was not fake. This world was the fake. This world of lights and colors, an imitation. She watched him sleep, pulled back the edge of the sheet and comforter. His eyes were closed, shirt off. Curious, she poked at his shoulder with the tip of the blade. The snoring stopped for a moment. His eyes fluttered. She pulled back the blade. John rolled onto his back. One hand scratched at the spot on his shoulder. So puny. Just shells. Stupid, fragile shells hiding so much life within. Ashley pressed the tip of the blade against John's throat. It created a small dimple. Then she pressed harder. The blood flowed down over his neck and over her hand. So warm. She felt strong, so she pressed with greater and greater force. His eyes flew open, and John began to gurgle on the blood. Ashley smiled and pressed the blade deep. So fragile, so easily destroyed. Roy appeared at the end of the block. Matt and he had agreed it would be best to show up quietly. Roy shut off his bubble light 2 blocks from the street, and he turned silently onto the street. Matt's car was there, in a shadow, barely visible. He stepped out of the car, and his feet crunched on the pavement. His heart hammered in his chest. God damn him, he felt young again. Terrified, but also young, and as if he had a purpose in this world once more. "What do we do here?" Matt asked. "The house looks dark. Do we knock and panic the shit out of these people?" "Why don't you do a quick walk around?" Roy replied. "See if there are lights on in the house. I'll knock. If you hear anything, whistle or let me know. We'll claim probable cause and go in." "This is especially fucked up. You realize that, right?" Roy grunted. "What about this case hasn't been fucked up?" "Fair point. Let's go. They trekked across the street together. Tim sat in his room as the sky grew dark. Sure enough, his parents had been furious he skipped school. They yelled a lot and sent him to his little private chamber without supper. To be honest, Tim didn't care because he wasn't hungry, and his room was the perfect place to spend the night and think about things. From the window to his left, he could just barely see Ashley's house. He imagined she was in there with her parents. How were they handling any of this? It looked like Mrs. Dent was accepting of the idea this was her daughter, but Tim knew John Dent could be a true hard-ass. Was Ashley in her room now? When he went to the window and craned his neck to see her window, he saw nothing except darkness. Lights were still on downstairs, dim and barely visible, but nothing upstairs. Tim's thoughts had turned from dread and bewilderment to excitement. He now knew things other people did not. He knew there were other worlds all around them. Sometimes they bit people, but he figured there had to be good worlds, nice ones as well. Was there another version of him right now doing something entirely different in one of those worlds? Did it work that way? He should go to sleep. There would be no way of getting out of school tomorrow. He had barely slept the night before, and then the entire day had been full of stress. In truth, his body felt exhausted, but his mind was working overtime. Tim stepped away from the window and walked back to his bed. He stretched out on his back and stared at the ceiling. How were he and Ashley going to remain friends now? Surely she wouldn't want to hang around with a little kid. The thought made him sad. He hoped they could figure something out without raising too many eyebrows. He was just about to drift off to sleep when his eyes snapped open. Someone had screamed. A quick, loud sound from the direction of Ashley's house. Just like the night before when he was certain Ashley was reaching out to him with her mind. Something awful was happening over there. Tim got to his feet and rushed back to the window. Mary turned right down the hall. For some reason, the bedroom door at the far end stood open. This was curious since John didn't like to sleep with the door standing wide. It creeped him out. She walked slowly down the hall, past Ashley's room. Should she knock and see if she was all right? No, Ashley needed her sleep. She had to have been exhausted. Mary strode the rest of the way down the hall. Some strange instinct told her to move quietly. She pushed the door open the rest of the way and peered into the dark bedroom. She was struck immediately by an odd coppery smell. Something about the smell was familiar. "John?" she asked. No answer. The light in the hallway went out. Mary jumped. "John?" she called louder. Still silence. The copper smell filled her nostrils. It was so familiar. Blood. "Ashley?" Mary whispered. Mary froze in the sudden darkness. She could see nothing. Mary backed away from the bedroom. She never heard footsteps behind her. She sensed nothing. Mary's heart hammered like a fist against the bone cage encasing it. She turned to head back down the hall. She bumped right into Ashley.
Hi, Mom.
Ashley said in a voice which was her own, yet not her own. Mary gasped and whirled around. She felt a bright, searing pain across her left cheek, then another pain stitched across her other cheek. One after another, the pain came, tearing her skin, sending blood flying.
No!
She cried.
Stop! No!
The thing in front of her, the thing which was Ashley and not Ashley, laughed, then growled. Then it lunged at her, and Mary had no defense except to scream. Matt walked behind the house. His nerves were a mess. A squirrel ran past his feet, up a tree off to his left, and he nearly shot its head off. He walked across the back of the house, then around to the front. Rory was up on the porch. Matt heard him knock on the front door. Then the scream pierced the darkness, and there was no doubt it came from within the house. Rory called out and then hammered his shoulder against the door. Matt heard the door frame splinter and crack. "Wait!" Matt cried and broke into a run. Rory vanished inside the house before Matt could even get close to the front porch. Matt tried to catch up, but it was like everything was moving at twice the speed, but he was moving slower than everyone. He reached the walkway up to the porch and heard Roy call out in surprise and perhaps pain. "Roy!" Matt cried. A shape burst out of the front door and before he could react, collided with him. Something bright and hot slashed across his face. Then there was a searing pain in his gut, followed by another bright hot slash across the side of his neck. The pain in his gut was the worst, and Matt lost his gun. Feeling it fly from his hands, and distantly, he heard it hit the pavement. He couldn't stand, and his legs didn't work. Blood flowed everywhere, and he fell to the ground. Matt was pushed by the figure which had collided with him, and he caught a glimpse of long red hair in the streetlights. But then he was on his back, clutching his stomach, and she was gone. Matt held a hand to his neck, which bled, but he did not feel it pulsing along with his heart. Superficial. It was the wound to his abdomen which worried him. There was a lot of blood. Too much blood. Matt fell to the ground, clutched at his stomach. He tried to yell, but the pain was too much. When Roy appeared above him and asked him questions, he replied, said something, but what it was he couldn't be sure. It must have been the right thing, because Roy nodded and ran away. Matt felt himself about to faint. The world turned strangely gray around him, and he tried to hold on. He couldn't, and slipped into darkness. Roy heard the wail and had a fraction of a second to speculate if the doors were strongly made or total shit on these houses. No time to worry about it now. He thrust hard with his shoulder, and he heard wood splinter. A second shove caused the door to burst inward, and he wobbled into the front foyer. He nearly lost his gun, but steadied himself. He could smell the blood instantly. Someone had bled or was bleeding a lot. Roy pulled his gun and stepped to the stairs. "Mary?" he cried out. "Mary, Ashley, John, it's Roy. The police are here." There was silence. Damn it. He should check the first floor. He should clear it, investigate every corner. All his instincts told him whatever was wrong awaited upstairs. Roy mounted the first 3 steps. His gun felt woefully inadequate right now. Where was Matt? When the thing came at him from the top of the stairs, it materialized from the darkness of the second floor like a runaway train. Roy turned to face it, but the image which greeted him was of red hair and gray skin with pitch-black eyes. He barely recognized it as Ashley. Her face was a twisted thing, snarling, teeth bared. Ashley growled, and saliva ran from her mouth as she ran. She charged down the stairs as if floating, her legs moving unnaturally. Roy struggled to get the gun up, but never got close. She hit him full force, lifting him off his feet. As he flew into the air, something flashed in the dim lights, and a bright, hot, searing pain rocketed through his left arm. Roy cried out, but a collision with the hard floor stopped it. He was a tangle of arms and limbs as she ran past him, out the door. Roy felt pain all over, but the pain in his left arm was nearly overwhelming. The blade had dug deep. He found the gun and tried to rise to his knees. He fell back as he struggled and nearly just laid back down on the floor, but he forced himself to sit up, then to his knees, and finally to his feet. Dimly, as the blood thundered through his ears, he heard Matt cry out. "Motherfucker," Roy hissed. The blade had been like a laser, small and fast. Whatever Ashley was now, its speed and ability to move was beyond human. He had to move fast. Tim was out there someplace. Roy ran out of the house. Adrenaline kicked in now, and the pain in his arm became a dull roar in the back of his mind. He saw Matt on the ground and stood over his partner. Matt, are you okay? He asked.
She stabbed me,
Matt replied.
Go get her. Get her.
Roy knew Matt was in bad shape. There was a lot of blood. He could hear blood spattering against the cement from the wound in his arm, too. They had little time all the way around. She was in the street, beneath a streetlight. Ashley swayed in a breeze only she could feel.
Ashley!
He yelled.
Stop! Stop, Ashley!
You're not real.
She said in a tone which was Ashley, but not actually her at all.
All of you must die. Go away.
Stop. She held her hands to her head and lurched to the left. Then her hands fell, and she roared up at the light, a boom which resounded and doubled itself, two voices competing. Roy lifted his handgun. Ashley, you have to fight it, he said, stepping into the street. The world tilted beneath him, and he nearly fell to the ground. You have to stop now, please. Ashley turned to face him, but in mid-turn, froze. Roy felt an icy fist clutch his heart.
Ashley?
The small voice called out.
No, Tim, get out of here,
Roy exclaimed. Ashley, focus on me. Don't pay attention to him. You need to focus on my voice. If you move towards Tim, I'll have to shoot you.
I have to stop all of you,
Ashley said.
Mom, Dad, you, the police, and Tim. All of you pulled me, her, back here.
Get out of here, you son of a bitch, Roy hissed, walking slowly toward her. Go back to your homeworld. Leave her and us alone. You've infected her.
I'm the only one that ever really loved her.
Ashley, or the creature, cried in the weird voice it had assumed.
The only one that needed her.
You know that's not true, Roy stated as calmly as he could. He felt weak and nauseous. More blood spattered to the ground.
Ashley, I'm your friend,
Tim said.
I love you. I always have. I'm sorry I ran away. It was just a joke.
Ashley twitched, and a noise escaped from her Roy guessed would haunt him for the rest of his days. Something deep and terrifying, beyond any capacity for a human. She clutched at her head and staggered into the middle of the road. Her hands beat at her own skull, then dragged down her skin.
Help me! I can't fight it! I can't!
She pleaded. The noise erupted from within her again, and she danced backward toward the opposite side of the street until her heels touched the curb. Her head snapped forward, and Roy saw all of her features had changed. Her eyes were wide, dark pits. Tendrils of the darkness streamed down her face. Her cheekbones had grown, protruding through the skin, and her mouth bled at the corners where her smile reached the limits of a normal grin, and then went beyond. Without a pause, just another of those inhuman roars, the thing which had once been a little girl ran right at Tim. The speed was as equally inhuman as the sound which it made. Roy steadied his hand as best he could, counting on the adrenaline. Please stop, he said, but knew whatever was left of Ashley was gone. The creature held the small blade in its hand. It raised it over its head as it ran towards the boy. Tim was frozen in place, unable to even raise his arms to fend off the coming blows. It was this sight which caused Roy to finally fire. He fired once, clipping the creature in the leg, nearly toppling it. He aimed and steadied, trying to push past the growing pain in his arm. Fired again, this time center mass. Once, twice, a third time. The creature may have been inhuman, but Ashley's body was still all too human. It staggered backwards. The blade fell from its hand, clattering to the street. Roy fired once more, and this time it fell over backwards. It lay in the street twitching, trying to get up, but the damage from the bullets had shattered the body's spine, destroyed vital organs. Roy dropped his weapon and ran to Tim. "Are you okay?" he asked. Tim nodded, eyes wide in shock.
You shot her.
"That wasn't Ashley. No, go home. You have to run." The paralysis broke, and Tim ran away into the shadows. Roy saw lights turn on all up and down the block. He heard sirens. He was going to be in tremendous trouble for not calling in for backup. Was Matt still alive? So many goddamn mistakes. So many fucking mistakes made by a man who should have known better. How could I have known about this? He asked the night. How could I have trained for any of this? None of it mattered. Roy reached the body on the street and saw its face shift and change. It was as if the flesh were water, running and pooling, ebbing and flowing across the skeleton beneath. The eyes shifted from black to Ashley's green. The black lines beneath her skin shivered and twirled, before finally slowing, then fading. Roy knelt down next to a young woman who was the Ashley he had come to know in the past days. Red blood spilled from her lips and down her chin. The bullet holes created dark, wet patches on her clothes. She raised one blood-stained hand towards him. When she touched the side of his face, Roy realized he was crying. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't cry." "I didn't want this," he said. The sirens were louder. Colored lights danced across the walls of the houses around him. There was not much time. Ashley shook her head. It was nearly imperceptible. "No," she said. "You freed me." Roy held her hand. Her fingers were sticky with blood. So much of it was all over the pavement. He was covered in it, and he smelled it with each breath. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry I couldn't help you." She coughed. Her chest rose and fell. "You couldn't save me," she whispered. "No one could." Her eyes fixed on the sky above. Roy held her hand as cars screeched around the corner to come to a stop behind him. He distantly heard car doors open. "It's not dark," Ashley said, the hint of a smile on her face. She looked relieved. "It's not dark." Then she was gone. The horror show inside the home showed investigators what had happened inside the Dent home. John Dent's throat was sliced so deep the cut exposed his windpipe. Blood soaked the sheets, and the walls appeared painted with it. Mary Dent was cut so many times it was impossible to get an accurate count. The fatal blow had been one to her carotid artery. She bled out against the wall in her hallway. Matt was unconscious when the paramedics arrived. The wound on his neck was superficial, but the wound to his stomach was so deep, Ashley's fist must have buried itself inside. The blade perforated part of his liver. The slash across his face would likely not even leave a scar. As for Roy, his arm had serious muscle and tissue damage. Had Ashley struck in a slightly different place, his brachial artery would have been hit, and Roy would have bled out in seconds. Roy told his police colleagues the girl was crazy. There had been no reason to keep her locked away, and Mary Dent insisted she come live with them. Something must have snapped. Perhaps seeing the life she hadn't and would not have caused her to murder. It hurt to throw Ashley under the bus like that, but it was the explanation which made some sort of sense, and Roy could keep it straight. Ashley's body would be carted away, autopsied, then buried in an anonymous grave. It wasn't fair, but she was in the light. Roy reminded himself she was in the light. Roy spent a couple of nights in the hospital. The damage to his arm was pretty extensive, and the elaborate brace they made him wear made him look more like a cyborg than a cop. It didn't matter anyway, since he had been put on desk duty and then paid leave while the entire incident was investigated. "Why do I feel like you're not telling me everything, Roy?" the chief asked him while he sat in her office one afternoon. "There's a lot more involved in this case than you're letting on, and I don't like it." "Chief, you'd never understand or believe it," he said. "The story I presented is the one most people will be able to buy. You're gonna have to trust me. Maybe when you finally retire, you and I can share a drink and I'll tell you the full tale." She studied his face for a long time. He let the silence grow, stared out the dirty window at the gray skies visible through it. "I'll back you when and where I can," she said at last. "And we'll definitely have that drink someday. In the meantime, you might want to think about stepping up your retirement. Once the investigation is finished, you may want to start seeing about pensions." "Way ahead of you, Chief. I don't think I can do this anymore anyway." "Then let's get through this, and maybe you go somewhere and golf or fish or whatever the fuck you do. Do something else to get over this." The inquiries dragged on, but everyone on the police force eventually went with the story Roy had told. Selling the tale of a crazy woman and a kind-hearted mom was easy to swallow. During all of this, Roy visited two people frequently. The first was Matt, of course, who had to undergo several surgeries to repair his liver. The damage done there was extensive, but it turned out the liver could repair itself. He was young and strong, stuck to what the doctors said, and slowly got better. "Force is gonna miss you, Roy," Matt said one day not long after Roy and the chief had spoken. "I'll miss you. How do I go on with this job knowing what I know, and no one to talk to?" "I'm not dying, you little shit. I don't even think I'm gonna move away. You can always come to me." "I still don't even fully understand it. My mind can't wrap itself around all of it." Rory sighed. "Welcome to the club. Have another member, too." "Yes, we do, and I feel bad for him. He's too young for any of this." They sat in silence for some time. "What's next for you, partner?" Matt asked. "I'm going to retire," Rory replied. "Whole force wants me to. Although they all buy the story, they also know something's off. You should see how they look at me, and the whispering they think I can hear. But to be honest, how do I go back to this job after all that's happened? I can't. I'll find something else to do. Maybe I'll start a crazy conspiracy theory website. Maybe a podcast." They laughed for a bit. Eventually, Matt grew tired, and when Roy left, he had a sneaking suspicion Matt would not be a cop much longer either. It made him sad, but the world had become both too small and too large for them. What did you do with that kind of information while investigating murders, rapes, burglaries, what have you? One evening, Roy ventured over to Tim's house. Summer was over by then. The air had just enough of a bite to need a jacket and remind a person winter was almost there. Roy still wore the brace on his arm and was scheduled for another surgery the following week. Tim's mother looked worried, but also grateful to see him. Apparently, Tim had been asking to see him. The message came to him at home via the chief, who still called to chat with him from time to time. Tim came to the door, smiled at him, and they walked away from the house, not really with any destination in mind. Of course, they ended up at the end of the cut-through. Tim didn't want to go through it, so he stood at the far end and threw rocks across it. "It should have been me," he said, his voice choked. "Why do you say that?" "I was running. I think if I had walked with her, it would have grabbed me. Maybe I could have pushed her out of the way." Roy threw a stick just to do something and shook his head. "You can't think like that. I don't think it mattered. Whatever was just on the other side reached out for a reason, grabbed her for a reason." "What reason?" I've thought about it a lot, but I'm still not sure. I think it wanted to get to this side, see what was here. I have a feeling it was looking right through her eyes the whole time, probably opened the door she jumped through. Once it got here, though, it did not like what it saw. Tim pondered this. It's why she could reach out to us in our dreams, why she wasn't blinded when she came into the light. It was inside her the entire time. Rory nodded. I think so. Tim wiped his eyes. Was there anything left of her when she came back? I think so. I think she fought it best she could. It was too strong. In the end, she was still just a little girl. She got bigger over there, but she never really grew up. Tim threw another rock. It careened off the wooden fence. He looked both sad and angry. It's not fair, he said. She was a good friend, a good person. She never did anything bad to anyone. Roy put his arm around Tim's shoulder. He buried his face against Roy's shirt and cried. I think her life, her light, is what it saw. Maybe it managed to punch a hole right into its world, but whatever the reason, you're right. She didn't deserve it. Roy and Tim walked all around the neighborhood. They talked a lot about other worlds, monsters, and being friends. They both knew they'd never be the same. They had a secret. It was okay, though, because a secret shared was one they could keep. It didn't make the hurt go away, but it made something bearable. That was just enough. A tragedy presented in 3 parts. Perhaps the shared secrets will be enough to stave off the nightmares, which come on strong when the night comes out. You've been listening to When the Night Comes Out, a weekly horror anthology podcast with stories by Brian W. Alaspa and narrated by Allie James. Music by Vivek Abhishek. For Brian's work, visit his website at brianwalaspa.com or visit amazon.com for his books of fiction and nonfiction. Be sure to listen to Allie's work on Facebook at Allie James Projects. Visit our website at whenthenightcomesout.com to learn how to support us on Patreon.